Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the City Planning Commission public hearing. I would like to welcome a class from Williamsburg High School for Architecture and Design. And how do you do? Welcome. And I hope you find this edifying, informative, and makes you want to go into this very exciting field of planning and urban design. And with that, Madam Secretary, please begin.
Good morning. This is the City Planning Commission public meeting held in Spector Hall, 22 Reade Street. Today is Wednesday, April 13, 2016. As a courtesy during the proceedings, we ask that you please turn off all cell phones and beepers. All speakers should fill out a speaker's card at the desk outside of Spector Hall. In addition, we ask that those providing testimony please identify yourself, limit your remarks to 3 minutes, and speak clearly into the microphone. I will now call the roll. Chairman Weisbrod.
Here.
Vice Chairman Knuckles.
Here.
Commissioner Besser. Here. Commissioner Cantor.
Here.
Commissioner Cerullo.
Here.
Commissioner De La Us.
Here.
Commissioner Dweck. Commissioner Edie. Commissioner Efron.
Here.
Commissioner Knight. Here. Commissioner Levin. Here. Commissioner Marin. Here. Commissioner Ortiz. A quorum is present. The first item is the approval of the minutes of the regular meeting of Wednesday, March 30th, 2016.
On the minutes, may I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
A second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Madam Secretary, the minutes are approved.
The next part of the calendar is the report section on page 1.
On the no resolutions?
No, there's no scheduling.
Just
Reports.
like a train seal, sorry.
Okay, reports. Borough of Queens, calendar number 1, CD1C 050319 MMQ, in the matter of an application for an amendment to the city map concerning Socrates Sculpture Park. For a favorable report on calendar number 1, Chairman Weisbrod.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Knuckles.
Yes.
Commissioner Besser.
Yes.
Commissioner Cantor.
Yes.
Commissioner Cerullo.
Yes.
Commissioner De La Us.
Happy to vote yes.
Commissioner Efron.
Yes.
Commissioner Knight. Commissioner Levin.
My morning email included a message from Socrates Sculpture Park announcing the opening of their 30th anniversary season. So happy birthday, Socrates, and I vote yes. And you should all get out there. It's awesome. It opens May 7th.
Commissioner Marin.
Yes.
Commissioner Ortiz.
Yes.
A favorable report has been adopted on calendar number 1. Borough of Manhattan, calendar number 2, CD1 N160195 PXM, in the matter of a notice of intent to acquire office space for use of property located at 375 Pearl Street. For a favorable report on calendar number 2, Chairman Weisbrod.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Knuckles.
Yes.
Commissioner Besser.
Yes.
Commissioner Cantor.
Yes.
Commissioner Cerullo.
Yes.
Commissioner De La Us.
Yes.
Commissioner Efron.
Yes.
Commissioner Knight.
Yes.
Commissioner Levin.
Yes.
Commissioner Marin.
Yes.
Commissioner Ortiz.
Yes.
A favorable report has been adopted on calendar number 2. Borough of Staten Island, calendar number 3, CD2 N160115 ZCR, in the matter of an application for the grant of a certification concerning 6 Roma Road. For adoption on calendar number 3, Chairman Weisbrod.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Knuckles.
Yes.
Commissioner Besser.
Yes.
Commissioner Cantor. Commissioner Cerullo.
Yes.
Commissioner De La Us.
Yes.
Commissioner Efron.
Yes.
Commissioner Knight.
Yes.
Commissioner Levin.
Yes.
Commissioner Marin.
Yes.
Commissioner Ortiz.
Yes.
Calendar number 3 has been adopted. Borough of Staten Island, calendar number 4, CD1 N160159 ZCR, in the matter of an application for the grant of a certification concerning 368 Westervelt Avenue. For adoption on calendar number 4, Chairman Weisbrod.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Knuckles.
Yes.
Commissioner Besser.
Yes.
Commissioner Cantor. Commissioner Cerullo.
Yes.
Commissioner De La Us.
Yes.
Commissioner Efron.
Yes.
Commissioner Knight.
Yes.
Commissioner Levin.
Yes.
Commissioner Marin.
Yes.
Commissioner Ortiz.
Yes.
Calendar number 4 has been adopted. The next part of the calendar is the public hearing section on page 4. Borough of Queens, calendar number 5, CDs 12 and 13, N160225BDQ. A public hearing in the matter of an application concerning the establishment of the Greater JFK Business Improvement District.
First speaker is Blaise Backer, Deputy Commissioner from New York City Department of Small Business Services. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Weisbrod and Commissioners. I am Blaise Backer, Deputy Commissioner for Neighborhood Development at the Department of Small Business Services. I'm joined by Chris Goddard, Executive Director of Neighborhood Development, and Jennifer Kitson, Director of the BID Program. And we are here to testify in support of the establishment of the Greater JFK Business Improvement District. As the oversight agency for the city's BID program, SBS monitors the fiscal and organizational health of all of the 72 bids in the city. We manage each bid's contract with the City of New York. We ensure the assessment, billing, review, and delivery for all bids. And we represent the mayor on every bid's board of directors. And in addition to our oversight functions, SBS also provides numerous capacity building programs for the city's 72 existing bids. SBS also oversees the formation of new bids, providing technical assistance and support to neighborhoods and corridors throughout the city interested in bid formation. SBS serves as an advisor and resource for the steering committee, which is the group of local stakeholders and that leads the formation effort and decides on the details of the district plan for the proposed bid. SBS works closely to guide these groups through the planning, outreach, and legislative and startup phases of the bid formation process. SBS will only introduce proposed bids into the legislation process if we believe that the steering committee has followed the planning process correctly, has solicited robust community input, and has demonstrated broad-based support across all stakeholder groups of property owners and tenants. Speaking specifically about the proposed Greater JFK bid, I want to start by saying that SBS is particularly excited about this proposal and the great potential it has to address challenges unique to this neighborhood. The JFK Airport is a major contributor to the city's economy, and the stakeholders in this area play a vital role in the airport's ecosystem. The proposed bid boundaries include over 600 businesses providing logistical support to the millions of goods that flow through JFK. These freight forwarders, custom brokers, logistical service providers, and trucking companies coexist with hotels, government facilities, and over 150 single-family homes in an area that the city has been that has been dramatically underserved. We believe the bid in this neighborhood will be a strong advocate for infrastructure investments, quality of life improvements, and more effective collaboration across the air cargo industry, as well as improved connections to SBS's existing workforce development services. Like our other bid formation efforts, this one involved numerous meetings and consultations with local stakeholders through the planning and outreach phases. After extensive outreach effort to close coordination with all key parties, SBS determined that the documented support among all stakeholder groups, including over 50% of the area's commercial assessed value signing in favor, was sufficient to submit the application to city planning. Because the proposed Greater JFK bid met all of SBS's prerequisites for bid formation, and we believe the bid will improve business conditions, workforce development opportunities, and quality of life in the area, SBS supports the establishment of the Greater JFK bid. I would just like to acknowledge that the bid planning committee is represented here today in case there are any questions about the specifics of the bid plan. And I'd also like to acknowledge the city's Economic Development Corporation that provided much of the seed funding to support the bid steering committee's planning and organizing expenses. So at this time, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Backer? Ms. Efron.
Maybe it's EDC that should speak to this, but I wanted to ask you as SBS, what will be the coordination of the job training efforts? I saw a large percentage of the initial budget is around workforce training and job development. What will be the coordination with the new center in East New York and in other lower income neighborhoods within reach of JFK?
Right, so that came up, certainly the reason it's in the budget in a significant way is that certainly during the planning and outreach phases, this was, and the needs assessment by the steering committee, this came up as a real need in the area. So I think in this case, it is about coordination with SBS's Workforce Development Division as well as our workforce centers. Actually, the existing Workforce One Center in Jamaica actually has a industrial and transportation focus. And so a lot of it will be sort of, just better coordinating, working to kind of, create networking opportunities for businesses, making sure that the businesses can coordinate with our Workforce Development Division to ensure that proper training opportunities exist so they can actually find individuals who have the skills necessary to get into those careers.
Can I follow up with one question?
Sure.
Are there any goals, or how will you assess how successful you've been in reaching out into those particular neighborhoods?
I don't know. It might be something worth asking the bid steering committee in regards to the bid itself. Certainly, within the agency, we do considerable amount of data tracking on all of the connections we make and all of the individuals placed into careers. So I think in this case, while those services, the Workforce One centers across the city are open to any resident, no matter obviously where they live, but I think in this case, this is just allowing sort of, the bid to really have a deeper connection. I mean, many of our bids already, make referrals to their workforce development division, but I think the unique nature of this bid and this neighborhood and the fact that, it's obviously largely industrial and transportation focused businesses will just allow us to strengthen that and hopefully, create just better opportunities and building that sector.
Thank you.
I'm mindful of the responsibility that SBS has in procedurally helping to implement the creation of a bid. But in this instance, SBS, EDC provided, as you indicated, the seed money. I don't see them, I don't see anyone from EDC signed up to testify. Are you gonna, can you answer questions directed to them, or?
They are here, I just think they may not have signed up to testify, so perhaps address that, but I can do my best, but I
Yeah,
may have to.
So my basic question, and this is to the bid organizers as well, but particularly to EDC, given its role here, is what is the role of the Port Authority? I mean, the synergy between what this bid is, goals of this bid, and the Port Authority, which operates the airport, is obvious. But in both the material that has been presented to us and as far as I can tell, in terms of the bid steering committee and in terms of the bid's initial board of directors, there's no role here for the Port Authority, which is, I would think, central to the both success of the bid and the bid success in terms of improving and enhancing the role of JFK as a major cargo destination.
Well, we would definitely agree with that assessment. I think in this case, so the Port Authority has been very much in close contact with the steering committee, and I think they can speak to that a little more. Certainly, when I went out for site visits early, or probably about a year ago, or maybe a little bit less, the Port Authority has participated in those. So there is a close connection there, I think, in this particular case, since the Port Authority's property does not fall within the boundaries of the bid. Therefore, they would not officially have a voting seat on that board. We have certainly encouraged, as the process continues, when the steering committee creates, forms an interim board of directors, that they continue conversations with the Port Authority, and perhaps, we invite them to have a non-voting seat on that board. But in this case, we certainly have the Port Authority involved in several other bids in the city, and whether they have a formal voting seat on the board or not really depends on whether they own property.
Well, I guess that's my intent to my question, that the Port Authority does play, as you know, an active role on several bids in the city, and indeed even in bids outside the city, in New Jersey as well. And here, more than just about any other bid I can think of, the intent is to really improve what is, after all, a major port authority and regional economic asset. And so I'm frankly a little surprised that the Port Authority itself isn't here to testify in support of this. As far as I know, maybe they are, but they haven't signed up for it. And why they're not playing a more formal role in the bid is, I just don't entirely understand.
I certainly hear your point. I can't speak, I guess, to the specifics of why they might not be here today. I think Barbara will certainly address that when she testifies. But again, I think in this case, it's certainly what I think considered at some point during the planning process on whether the airport itself and the Port Authority's property should be within the bid's boundaries. And I think that was a somewhat complicated issue given the hundreds and hundreds of commercial tenants that are part of, on the airports and at JFK's property. So I think, again, in consultation with the Port Authority, it was decided that these boundaries whereby the Port Authority did not own property within the bid, but clearly, was in close consultation and would continue to play a role. So I would say that we would continue to encourage the steering committee and the board to ensure that they continue to be involved, because I would agree that it is essential to the success of this bid and to the success of what they're trying to do here. But I think, again, for the bids, for example, I think on like Sutphin Boulevard bid in Queens, they have a seat on the board, a voting seat on the board, because they own the property within the bid's boundaries.
Well, I mean, there are bids, thinking of Times Square Alliance, which,
Right.
where the bus terminal is not technically within the boundaries of the bid, at least as I recall, and yet they play a very, very active role there. And this is like the primary asset of the Port Authority in this region, and it's obviously, from the city's perspective, the success of the airport as an economic engine for the city and the region is so crucial, and sort of, I just, frankly, just don't understand, A, why they're not formally involved, B, why they're not here to support it, and C, why we haven't, as far as I know, gotten even a communication from them indicating that they are supporting it.
Okay, points. I'll look into that, why they haven't submitted any formal letter. I think that's a valid point, that's for sure. But I think in this case, honestly, I don't know in Times Square's case if they were involved from the beginning. I assume you know better than I do.
They were.
So I think in this case, we would, again, during the formation process, I think ensure that they have that active role. But I think, again, just by bid law, they could not have a voting seat on that board. I don't know in Times Square's case, if they are not either a property owner or tenant, I assume they also do not have a voting seat, yet they could still be particularly active, just in a sort of a non-voting capacity.
Well, they don't have a voting seat because the boundaries are such that they were, the boundaries don't cover them. As you note, in the case of Sutphin Boulevard, or in the case of Lower Manhattan, their property is within the bid, and so they do have a voting seat. And here, where it's so integrally connected with the very purpose of this proposed bid, why the boundary stops at the borders of the airport also are just not clear to me. And why is that? Since that is, that is a sort of crucial issue here.
Yeah. All I can say is that again, they were part of the decision-making process in determining the boundaries. So I think, again, without being able to get into the intricacies of how that would work, whereby the Port Authority is assessed and then or not assessed, and and how services would be delivered, and attempting to get, again, hundreds of commercial tenant support for that effort, I think was deemed to be that it was a better approach to kind of carve to really support the off-airport area, geography of the area. So I think they're very much involved in that decision. I would agree with you that, we will certainly, again, I'll defer to Barbara to testimony to be able to answer kind of the intricacies of those conversations. But again, on our meetings with them and our site visits, they were very much supportive of this effort. I'm not sure why we have not gotten that in writing yet, but we will certainly look into that.
It's sort of like the dog that didn't bark in a certain way. Mr. Knuckles.
Thank you. Our information indicates that property ownership within the proposed bid is represented by several large institutional investors, which, according to our information, control about 41% of the total lots and would ultimately contribute 52% of the total budget. Who are some of those institutional investors?
I think the real estate investment trust, generally, I don't know their names off the top of my head, but again, I think Barbara will be able to address that, and I think some of them are actually represented here to testify.
Thank you.
Ms. Ortiz, and then Mr. Cantor.
Hi, good morning.
Morning.
Yeah, I would agree with the concern that the chairman raised with respect to the Port Authority, in that, this is such a critical industry cluster, and the needs, from what we have heard, are, include significant infrastructure. And if one of the goals is advocacy, you know, incorporating or including the agency that potentially could fund some of that would be really critical. We heard, speaking on that note, we heard on Monday about, you know, the need for infrastructure improvements, and in the district plan, I just sort of want to raise this issue because it was raised on Monday. There's mention that the maximum cost of improvements during the existence of the bid will not exceed $5 million. So could you clarify who, you know, what that means specifically? I presume it means just the bid expenditure associated with improvements, but, you know, it would be helpful for that clarification because it's not
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, so exactly, that is a requirement in the law, in district plans, to include a figure there that sort of, you know, addresses the fact of how much investment of the bid, so those are the bid zone expenditures, or perhaps, you know, taking out bonds to make capital improvements in the area. So there needs to be a figure there, and there is by law, you know, a restriction on how high that number can be, so it's not, you know, it's not above, you know, it's sort of, you take the assessed value of the properties within the district. But in this case, that exact figure is really based on the steering committee's decision on that $5 million figure. And I think in this case, I would defer to their thinking, but I think, you know, there is, as you touched on, a need for infrastructure improvements and other improvements, but certainly I don't think the bid has the means or desire to take on the majority of those with bid assessment dollars, but I do think there's the ability to be able to perhaps start on some investments and some infrastructure improvements with their own funds.
Yeah, there perhaps should be some clarity about, you know, that those improvements are limited to the expenditures of the bid itself, because it doesn't read like that. And, you know, the other issue or question I have is the staffing. What kind of staffing is anticipated here? I know there's an administrative budget line item, but sometimes that's included in other elements of the budget.
I'm going to defer to the steering committee on
Okay.
that, because I'm sure they have some initial ideas, but I don't think there's a final determination made.
Okay, and we were told on Monday that, that this bid budget is larger than other similar bids. The budget is a little more robust. Could you give us a little bit of context for bid budgets and, you know, the sense, this is a very large area. So my question is always, you know, is this budget sufficient to get the things done that we really would like to get done? And how would you respond to that?
I wasn't here to hear the context of that comment, but my guess would be that that was perhaps referring to industrial bids, which of
Yes,
course,
yes.
yeah. Okay, so there are only 3 other industrial bids, and they are quite a bit smaller in geography, and their budgets do tend to be closer, you know, to the $200,000 range. So, you know, I think it is larger in budget, and I think both because of the geography, and I think also because of the kind of density of commercial uses and the actual significant number of property owners and commercial tenants that will be contributing to that. So I think it was, you know, both a question of the services needed, some of which are not necessarily, you saw probably there are some desires to do some planning efforts and sort of, again, advocacy and coordinating, which, you know, takes time and personnel, so it won't all be, you know, direct costs and, you know, like some bids where it may be spending a lot of their funds on sidewalk sweeping. Like this will be somewhat different in that respect. So I think it was a combination of, again, the services needed, but as well as what the property owners and the tenants, you know, were willing to contribute.
How does the contribution then compare to these other bids? So are
Their
the individual
actual
contributions?
rates.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be able to say I know that the rate here, you know, is stated, but I think, so, you know, it's very hard to say. I mean, bids are so unique, and there's, you know, obviously in their assessment formulas and the properties in this case. I mean, I'm not sure you could say any of our other industrial bids are anything like this bid, even they are M zones and industrial in nature. But I think, again, if you look at the type of buildings that are out there and sort of the concentration of these tenants, it's just the assessment it's just quite different, right? We're looking at, it's not looking at frontage, it's not looking at a lot of, perhaps, uses where it's a lot more, let's say like not vacant parcels, but parcels that are maybe not even have buildings on them, that are quite different types of uses. And I think in this case, it really is a fairly concentrated industry. So, again, I think that's where what the steering committee looks at is really kind of what works for this specific district when figuring out an assessment formula, and then working with the property owners and tenants on the steering committee, as well as during the outreach phase, to kind of determine what is doable, what is affordable, and what can be done to make it the most fair for that particular geography. So it is, I know your question gets to comparing them, but it is quite difficult to do so. You can do it in a grid, but I'm not sure it provides a clear answer, perhaps, to what you're asking, because of the difference in how each bid decides to create their assessment formula.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Cantor?
Good morning.
Morning.
To continue the questions that were asked by the chair and my colleague with regard to Port Authority, do you know if the Port Authority wanted to participate actively, would they be constrained by either of the state governors?
Would they be constrained by I'm not sure if they would be constrained, but again, based on precedent with the other bids where they are actively involved, and up to this point, again, since they have been actively involved with the steering committee, that has never been raised as an issue. So I would imagine that they would, again, play as active a role as they're willing to.
But once again, understanding what the chair had said, the silence from that organization is both, in my view, having worked with them in the past, the silence is very surprising, and it's very surprising.
I guess, again, since I was not in all the meetings, but while I understand there's not a letter in writing and they're not here to testify, again, I'm sure the steering committee would not characterize it as silence, because they've been in the meetings that I was in. So I think they see themselves as having actively participated in how this bid has taken shape. And so, again, I don't want to speak for them and why they're not present here today, but I think in regards to how SBS has typically seen a government agency other than ourselves being involved in a bid formation process, they have been very much at the table and involved in conversations with us.
Thank you.
Ms. Ortiz?
Hi. So I realized, SBS, your jurisdiction is a little different. Is someone from EDC going to come and speak to that? Because I imagine they might have some insight.
You have to
He'll sign up
you'll
now.
have to register.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, Mr. Backer, just to clarify, there are, as you said, a variety of situations where the Port Authority is involved in bids, either adjacent to a bid or own property within the bid, and as a governmental entity, it does not, as I understand it, pay an assessment as such, but its contributions vary from bid to bid. They can be cash contributions, they can be contractual contributions, they can be in lieu of an assessment, they could be in-kind contributions. I assume in the several bids that you're familiar with where the Port Authority is involved, it's any or all of the above. Is that correct?
Yes, correct. I think it really is quite a range. And I think that's another good point, that's another part of the conversation with the Port Authority, in addition to them perhaps playing a non-voting role on the board, is perhaps that conversation about a contribution in lieu of an assessment.
But they could be anything from in-kind to cash.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions, Mr. Backer? Okay, thank you very much. The next speaker is Barbara Cohn.
Good morning. My name's Barbara Cohen. I'm the bid consultant to the Planning Committee. And before I continue, I do want to recognize BFJ Planning and Greater Jamaica Development Corporation, who were part of the earlier effort when EDC took the initiative to fund the first part of this planning effort, and to also acknowledge the major commercial property owners who are funding this latter part of the effort and the current work, and to, of course, the volunteers of the Planning Committee who have, in the last 2 years, have learned about bids and have stuck with it all the way and will continue to. And finally, of course, to SBS, who is a BID's first date and its lifetime partner. The JFK off-airport cargo community is home to over 600 businesses that provide logistical support to tons of goods that flow through JFK Airport and major ocean ports of call each year and are essential to the daily lives of New Yorkers, the nation, and the world. Overlooked and misunderstood, the proposed JFK IBID area is a complex assembly of private properties containing customs brokers, freight forwarders, courier and logistical services, trucking and maintenance companies, and many others that employ over 8,000 private sector workers and occupy approximately 4.1 million square feet of space in a broad range of industrial and commercial buildings. The public sector operating in this area adds many more jobs to the district. The cargo-related businesses exist alongside other light industrial and retail uses, hotels, community service and government facilities, as well as 154 single-family homes. Without question, the JFK IBID area's 526 properties represent a distinct, unique New York City neighborhood. The proposed bid seeks to build upon the area's diversity and its major economic significance by serving as an advocate and providing supplemental services and improvements that support a vision of a strong industrial base and improved quality of life for all of those who live, work, and visit the district. With over half of the bid area businesses in trucking and warehousing, access and circulation, wayfinding signage, trucking, parking, and storage are all key issues as industry's 53-foot trailer trucks no longer fit in the loading bays of aging warehouse buildings. These challenges have prompted excessive ticketing, snow removal difficulties, and clashes between businesses and residents who seek ways to interact in what is shared space. Limited public transportation for workers and visitors translates to more private vehicles and the need for more parking. Poor drainage causes flooding and only adds to the already stressful situation. The district lacks a strong identity, and linking businesses to its labor force and training for this aspect of the aviation industry is limited at best. The proposed bid is an opportunity to give voice to the district members and to take action to close the gap where services are underperforming and the need is great. The $500,000 annual budget represents what's needed for the bid program and what the current profile of the area's properties can support. The assessment formula is a blend of assessed value and square footage, which ensures a high level of fairness applied to a wide range of property types. Outreach was intensive. Input from district managers, city agencies, government officials, community boards, civic associations, and industry representatives, both on and airport,
Thank you, Ms.
were
Cohen.
done. This actually goes to right to your point of the Port Authority issue. That you're absolutely right to point to the 800-pound gorilla in the room, the Port Authority. The role of the Port Authority and the various ways it can participate were discussed directly with them and with the Planning Committee. But it was the off-airport, the Planning Committee's decision to make to limit the boundary to the off-airport area.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Cohn? Ms. Ephraim?
In materials we received on Monday, there's a slide that has at the bottom of it the JFK Airport Customs Brokers and Freight Forwarders Association, which I'm just presuming by the association name is a 501c6 organization. But what is the relationship between the association and the bid planning committee?
Okay, so there are a variety of industry associations that represent portions of the industry, and they have been part of the planning committee, and they're one of many others. There's also a JFK Airport Chamber, and there are other organizations around that the bid will lead the way in connecting and making a stronger community.
The reason I ask is it's not all of the businesses that are in this association. It's not duplicative of the association.
No, not at all.
Just check. Thank you.
Ms. Ortiz?
Could you you speak to the question of staffing, that I posed earlier?
Sure. Certainly there'd be an executive director. I would expect perhaps a part-time or full-time project manager. The other typical, administrative expenses in terms of the office and insurance and so on. But I think that structure would probably be the start. And then depending on the particular programs, what you needed from there, but.
I noticed that about 20% of the budget is set aside for public safety and security, yet that's something that wasn't mentioned, or I didn't pick up on that being necessarily a priority. Could you speak to how those resources would be spent and what the need they're trying to address will be?
So the discussions with the police department revealed a lot of issues that were particular to this area. Catalytic converters seem to disappear from trucks, and a number of other issues that prompted the discussion of, for example, maybe cameras in coordination with the bid. I will tell you, hotels are very concerned about the pedestrian area lighting and safety in terms of crossing Rockaway Boulevard as their visitors come to the area. So that there's certainly, you have to also understand that the off-airport district is 24 hours, and certainly the perception and reality of safety in terms of employees coming and going has been a concern expressed as well.
Thank you.
Ms. Deluz.
Hi, Ms. Cohen, thanks for being here and for the work on this. I'm sure it was a great monumental task. I just want to kind of drill down a little bit more. You mentioned the 8,000 jobs that are within the district, and obviously one of the key pieces proposed in the budget relates to the labor force, and obviously your colleague from SBS spoke about this, but if you could maybe talk a little bit more about specifically the gaps that the bid hopes to try to fill through some level of investment related to labor force.
Sure, and you hear more from our co-chair and one of the actual businesses who struggles exactly with that. Part of the problem is that no one knows what this area does, how it does it. No one thinks of how, a piece of cheese gets from Italy to your store shelf. I mean, it is an amazing array of individual companies that are literally just working together to get it there. I mean, the customs brokers make sure that it is cleared to arrive before it even arrives. And that complexity is really not clear to anyone. And I think one is really educating not only city agencies, but the public and everyone as to the importance of this off-airport logistics business, okay? And I think that what we also find is that when people think of working in the aviation industry, you think of a pilot, an attendant, a bag handler, but there is this whole other world. And that is the very first thing to do, is to be able to highlight it, to promote it, and then begin to make the matches, and in terms of those seeking work and those who have those jobs. But you can certainly follow up with Stephen on that.
If I could,
Sure.
I'll put it out there, and if you can answer, or obviously
Yeah.
Stephen can listen. I guess the question, and I appreciate that the industry is probably a lot more complex than many of us would ever imagine. I guess part of what I'm trying to understand, is it just a matter of the industry being more known and the workforce is there, or is there a workforce that needs to be trained specifically for this industry?
It's
Maybe it's both.
probably a little both, yeah. And again, I think what people do and how they do it, you'll be able to hear a little bit more about that.
Thank you.
So I don't know if you're the right person and others who are going, actually, be operating and governing this bid will testify, and perhaps to your point about the Port Authority's role. It just seems to me that the very essence of this bid is the relationship between what happens off-site and what happens on-site. And it's not only synergistic, it's symbiotic. And so I must say I find it perplexing that the Port Authority is A, not here, B, apparently is, the steering committee feels that it should have a more distant role. And I'm not quite clear why that is. I think probably all of us appreciate the importance of the off-site economic engine that this area represents, and its and the value of a bid here. I think the difficulty I'm having is why we're not taking this opportunity to maximize the symbiotic relationship as opposed to keeping it somewhat at bay.
There is absolutely no intention to continue the divide between off and on airport. But it does, but there historically does exist. The planning committee, who's new to bids, and were very concerned about finding their voice, which has not been heard. It has never been organized. It's never been represented by anybody. And I think that once you, and this was discussed with the Port Authority, and we discussed it in a planning meeting, and it was actually put to a vote. I mean, it was taken very seriously. It was also understood that technically, if you were to take in that one single tax lot that is represented by the airport, you are taking on all the other tenants that are on airport. And the issues that are off airport in the private properties in these streets are at times very different than what's experienced on airport, where that property is cleared of snow, you have a parking spot. It's a very different experience. The Port Authority was not excluded from this process. It has been an active force. In fact, Mike Moran, who's the general manager of the airport, squeezed himself into a van with Blaze and many others to do a site tour to really get a feel for what does go on. Not that he didn't know, but I think it really made an impression about that importance. And you can absolutely be assured that the Port Authority will have a seat. It has to have a seat on this board, and that the bid will absolutely not be shy one bit to find ways in which the Port Authority can contribute. I can think of 10 of them right now, but that has to, the relationship has been established, and the two will, it's impossible to think that they will not work together. They must work together. But historically, there is been an on and an off airport mindset. And when Frank Liggio comes up to speak, who's been working in this area for over 10 years, he will give you, again, a little sense of where people were coming from when they were asked to make a decision about the boundaries of the bid.
Okay, I'll wait for him, but I would say that this just seems like this is perpetuating the on-site, off-site tension rather than resolving them. But we'll wait for Mr. Riggio. Ms. Ortiz.
You know, one question, the district plan we received here, I guess for clarification, this is the plan we were voting on, which will eventually go then to City Council. It's a boilerplate language. We were told on Monday there were sort of some elements that were somewhat boilerplate. But is there any reason why we couldn't specify, for example, that the Port Authority, their role in governance as part of this document, as either a non-voting member, which was suggested, like if you absolutely want them at the table, potentially saying so in the district plan because they are such an important player.
Well, the board always allows for interested parties, and the Port Authority is one of many that are interested parties, just like the Professional Association of the Customs Brokers, Freight Forwarders Association is one. They all need to be there. As far as, it was always understood that you define boundaries, you define tax lots, and they represent the voting seats. But there's always the interested party.
Well, we would say
To add language?
it's more, they're
Sure.
more than just an
Fine.
interested party.
No, of course.
In this case, this is a unique bid, and we've acknowledged that it's different than other bids. The relationship back to JFK is critical for both of them. The studies that have indicated that, JFK no longer has the market share in air freight that it once had. I mean, we're talking about something that really needs to be discussed, and this is a fantastic potential forum, and that's the purpose of this bid. So is there any reason why we couldn't modify some of the boilerplate language to make it clear that they are a critical player, if not, a property owner within the bid, but that they need to participate in governance?
I mean, as far as the writing of the district plan and what belongs in it according to law and what is added to it, I always defer to SBS, as far as accommodating more language. So that's, I would think, something to be considered, sure.
We've gotten, we've heard from you and from SBS that the Port Authority is interested and supportive. We haven't heard from the Port Authority. And why haven't we gotten, at the very least, a letter of support from the Port Authority? We've gotten support, a lot in the record, but nothing from, what this bid is all about is making the connection between what goes on the airport and off the airport, more robust and more powerful economically for the entire region. This is, obviously a very, very, very important engine for the region.
Two things. I think that David Hopkins of EDC can certainly speak more about the Port Authority, and certainly we can request a written support to solidify their position here.
Mr. Cantor.
Was there ever a time during the various negotiations where the Port Authority early on might have indicated they want to be on, but with voting power?
No, they expressed support for the district. They certainly supported the air cargo study and the issues that were identified there. And we, provided them with a range of what role that they can play, and then we discussed it with the planning committee as well. So, no, that it has, and as we've moved on, we've gotten to know them better, and they've gotten to know us better, and we expect, to move forward as, together.
What do you mean by the role they will play and the committee?
So, for example, a very
committee told them?
very early meeting that we had with them was to explain how they could be a contributing financially if they're part of the district, and the other in-kind ways that they'd be able to participate. So that was like a very early meeting to sort of say, this is a bid that's, being formed, and that we look for the Port Authority to be part of the process and so on, and that there are different ways and that Port Authority has been in bids. I mean, we had, to sort of educate the folks we were speaking with about bids and how Port Authority has functioned.
The way you're describing the situation to me suggests that they were being invited to participate under these conditions.
No, I don't think there's conditions. I think they need to be at the table, and I think they understand that. I mean, whatever happens on the Port Authority obviously impacts what happens across the street, and so.
Reinforcing the chair's comments.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is, but when you define a boundary, it's a very important thing that the planning committee considers, and it is, their decision to make. And I think they have clearly defined that the Port Authority is a critical element in this, and that they are a partner in this. They're just not technically in the boundary.
Mr. Cirillo.
Hi, Barbara. So just to sort of clarify some of this, I can't disagree at all that the significance of the Port Authority's involvement in the bid could have, especially since a successful bid in this area has an incredible opportunity to benefit the airport operations, even if it's off-site. But just from a sort of inside baseball speak now for a moment, obviously the Port Authority owns no property within the boundaries of the proposed bid. There is no tenancy of the Port Authority in those boundaries either?
No, I don't believe so, no.
Okay, so legally, there isn't any voting role at this point in the process that the Port Authority could ever have legally, since it owns no property and leases no property in the district. So the best case scenario is the E-Class interested party membership, and of course, whatever agreements or arrangements the bid may make with the Port Authority for whatever involvement they would have. But again, legally, the Port Authority's role would be limited to those agreements and not even in the governance issue. How far could the Port Authority be provided involvement beyond coming to meetings or contributing in some form, which I personally think is important given the benefits that they will reap from a successful bid in this area. And I think the bid organization should be working on that at some point in terms of getting some level of contribution from the Port Authority. But I think the challenge is that at this point in the process, even though it's, as the chair has said and other of my colleagues have said, it's sort of surprising that the Port Authority hasn't been more out there saying, yes, this is important to us too. Legally, there's very little at this point that we can do to tie the Port Authority into this process other than knowing that potentially they can be a non-voting member of the bid board in the E-Class category of interested party. Almost like the community, in a way, like the community board or any other organization that would have a tie to the neighborhood, but yet not be a voting member. So I guess it's, where the process is and where we're raising issues, it's sort of at the end. And so it's a little, it's,
Well, I mean, it's at the end of the planning process and the beginning of the public review process.
Yeah.
So it's at a significant point. I would, and we'll hear from others, but as you know, Ms. Cohn, there's quite a significant and intimate acquaintance with how bids operate among many of members of this commission. And I think that we'll hear from others, but just to probably reiterate and be slightly redundant here, it is surprising that in a bid that is perhaps more than any other bid we've ever seen, so entirely focused on a major economic engine, single economic engine, in this case the airport, that in none of the material we've gotten, and as far as I know, none of the material that we saw submitted to the staff at City Planning, and I can't speak for SBS or EDC, we've seen no mention from the Port Authority or to the Port Authority of any role on the airport itself. So it's just functionally, leaving aside the legal issues, financial issues, governance issues, a sort of odd thing. So with that, maybe we should hear from others unless,
I would say that in the outreach binder, there is a full agenda of the meeting we actually had with Port Authorities.
okay, thank you. Next speaker is Frank Liggio from CBRE.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm going to cut to the chase a little bit and save you a little bit of the speech that I had prepared. I think the questions that you've brought to the table are very important. My name is Frank Liggio. I'm with CBRE. I'm a commercial real estate broker who represents Reef America REIT 2, which owns 330,000 square feet of cargo-related buildings at the airport. There's 91 tenants within that building. And we also have represented numerous transactions within the air cargo community alike in this district with respect to tenant representation, whether it's Kuehne+Nagel, DB Shankers, Nippon, Usin, or several other air cargo freight forwarders within the community. We have worked with them to find them real estate and homes to conduct their operations there. We do the leasing and management of these buildings, and we also work within the other owners that Vice Chairman Knuckles had mentioned, which is TA Associates and Segis Property Group. So they are, Reef, Deutsche Bank, TA, Segis are the three core property owners within this district. So we've worked with them for the last, or I've worked with them for the last 10 years. And as co-chair of the IBID, we have sat down with each of them and discussed how this would work, what the formation was, and what the economic impact would be to their portfolio. And all of them have agreed that the improvement of the neighborhood will improve property values. And with improving the property values, we anticipate that the tenants alike will have improvements to their quality of life and bring together a more cohesive market where we've seen several different types of developments and different matters come through the market that nobody really understood or figured out why, such as a hotel that was developed in the middle of the industrial park. So this type of awareness and organization will help improve the overall community. But I'd really like to get to the point where the Port Authority, I think, has been with the EDC, had commissioned a study several years ago to improve what's needed to improve the cargo community. And this bid was one of the initiating points that was brought together. In fairness to the Port Authority, Mike Moran, who has just come over from LaGuardia over the last year, and I think you'll see there's some other staffing issues going on there, or not issues, but changes that are going through. I think they're focused right now on what's best to improve the on-tarmac community for the airlines, for the passenger traffic that's generated, 100% of their activity right now, because we've all read with a lot of the on-tarmac delays and what's going on with the FAA. I'll leave it from there into your questions.
Thank you. So I have a few questions. You indicated, actually, not even the main point, but you indicated that you represent air cargo facilities on the airport and off the airport?
Yes, I have worked on tarmac and off tarmac for the last 10 years.
And is there a conflict between the two?
No, there's a big misconception in that, one, I'm a commercial real estate broker. But as a commercial real estate broker for CBRE, we represent international worldwide clients who have different needs. And we have different core groups that come in and represent different components. So the on-tarmac world, we will consult for airlines or different types of ground service companies that work within the bounds of the on-tarmac world, and we'll help them negotiate with the Port Authority or with other airlines alike.
No, I didn't mean I didn't mean a conflict for you personally, because obviously
Well,
you're a broker,
well,
but.
right.
But
And
functionally, is there a tension between what happens on the airport and what happens offsite?
No, from the cargo community, 80% of the cargo, of the 1.3 million tons of cargo that go through JFK, 80% of it touches the off-tarmac community within this bid district. So effectively, what happens is the airlines hand off the product to the bid tenants and the bid users. Once it leaves their warehouse, they bring it across the street, and that's it. The on-tarmac world is done. And then it goes within, it stays within the off-tarmac world and this bid district to deal with that cargo from the import side. On the export side, there is the off-tarmac world gets the cargo from all over the country. Who's ever exporting, a good amount of cargo is being exported out of JFK just simply because of the flight patterns and the amount of planes that disembark here. So that community, the export community, will take the cargo in, palletize it, put it on what's called a ULD, and then just bring it across the street and bring it to an airline. So there's really there is clearly a symbiotic relationship between the two communities. However, there's never been one voice for the off-tarmac world to say, we have a problem here. You've had, traditionally, the properties were owned by legacy family-owned real estate that in the late 90s and early 2000s have sold out to institutional investors who have brought together, a tremendous amount of I want to say, impact to this community as obviously we're dealing with fourth and fifth generation real estate, industrial real estate that no longer serves or is well served for this community. And I think that's the problem between the off-tarmac and the on-tarmac world, in that both of them at this point are dysfunctional. And we're seeing the Port Authority itself right now going through the changes, and they're trying to catch up. However, the passenger capacity has really kind of brought most of their attention and the billions of dollars of investment to the terminals, whereas we haven't seen an air cargo terminal developed since 2003, which was the Lufthansa facility. There are numerous discussions going on right now with the Port Authority as to how to improve the cargo facilities. The multiple millions of square feet of on-tarmac space right now is antiquated, and we're seeing the 1.3 million tons go through 2 or 3 million square feet of cargo facilities, whereas our competitors in Frankfurt or Japan or Hong Kong put that same amount of cargo and double that cargo through half of that amount of real estate.
So just on a very simplistic level, if the cargo facilities that, as you say, are antiquated on site, the airport
And off.
site, and off, is there for cargo operators an option of whether to be on-site or off-site, or the things on-site cannot be off-site and vice versa?
It's a very good question. And the supply chain process that we go through in New York, I have to take the the presidents and the managers of these large institutional real estate companies and the larger freight forwarders, the FedExes, the DHLs, the UPSs, and explain to them why they're paying the highest value in any of their portfolios throughout the world on a per square foot basis to be in the oldest, real estate that's out there. So I think there is a huge opportunity to bring back some of the lost cargo that Commissioner Ortiz has mentioned. And with that, we need to bring in 21st century technology and buildings. And to do that, we need to reinvent what I'll call the North Cargo area on tarmac. And with that, you're talking about displacing several companies. And I think this goes back to what the Port Authority is trying to achieve right now, is that they've let the off-tarmac community handle itself. Mm-hmm. And now that I think they've appointed a new director of development, Mike Moran has been brought in. I think you'll see a new head of properties group in the next few weeks. And I think you'll see more activity from them with trying to expand and redevelop the airport. However, I think that the Port Authority itself, from an airport-related matter, I think are let's just say, very LaGuardia-centric right now, and focused more on what the governors of both states, and we know what the governor of New York is for right now. So I think their resources have been tasked, and I think the new manager, Mike Moran, and their staffing and the opportunities that they have brought to us and have discussed with us, with myself and my clients, I think that there's a real positive step forward with what they're trying to achieve. There's only so much time with the passenger capacity. I mean, we've seen that, go up to 20 or 30% over the last 5 years. But we haven't seen the correlated growth in cargo. So I think a lot of that is due to the cargo is being overflown into other regional airlines and being trucked back in. And so as the IBID, we're trying to discuss what different technologies and how do we get back that cargo. I think that's going to be a big part of it, and also just the overall awareness of marketing a better community, in that it's South Queens alike has not seen any type of development that's been brought to the rest of Queens and Brooklyn. The outer boroughs, in all parts of the outer boroughs has seen explosive growth, whereas South Queens has only seen a casino been brought in or a racino been brought in. So that's something where I think my advocacy is going to help bring back a lot of the awareness to it, and it's no longer just a low-income, bad neighborhood, which is it's kind of still has that stigmatism to it, whereas we've spent the past 2 years working with the local community and the residents to kind of bring the EDC to bring this community back to life.
Okay, I just have 3 quick questions for you, and I'm sorry to take so much time.
That's what I'm here for.
First, is there in the proposed bid area, and particularly for the clients that you have, and property owners that you represent, a high vacancy rate at the moment?
No. The vacancy rate has been 95% or better.
Occupancy.
Excuse me.
Occupancy.
Apologies, I always get that confused. As a real estate professional, I don't know how, but I still do. However, occupancy we've been over 95% for the last 2 or 3 years, and rents are starting to increase with that.
Okay. And second question is, you mentioned that a hotel just popped up without you knowing about it. In general, are your property owners, is that the kind of use you don't want to see?
The property owners are all for the betterment of the community and new development. But we need to see cohesive development that matches the community. We have industrial properties that were built in the 50s, 60s, and 70s that are outdated to what was being used for. Most of them have a significant amount of office space with very little parking. So we're seeing these type of hotel uses come in, or these other non-airport related uses, and it makes us scratch our head a little bit in that, okay, it certainly helps any type of new development. However, we don't think that that's a sustainable type of business for Guy R. Brewer Boulevard and 147th Avenue.
Okay, and then my last question is, I assume you are part of the steering committee and planning to play a very active role in the bid going
Correct.
forward, part of the
Correct.
governance?
That is correct. I am the co-chair, along with other residents and other commercial real estate brokers in the market.
Okay, thank you. Questions, Ms. Felicio?
There's one.
Ms. Efron?
One quick one. What percentage of the commercial and industrial space is owned by the three REITs?
I think we said 40%?
40?
Approximately 40%.
That's what the 43%, okay, thank you.
And just to make one last comment to the initial question Commissioner Efron raised as far as jobs. The largest impact we can have for the community and for the tenants is to make them aware that that there are jobs that are not just baggage handling or on tarmac jobs with the airlines. The entire import-export community at JFK has several jobs. Each company has several job openings that the local community is not being made aware of. We are in the process of working with the local councilman in the Queensborough President's Office to provide a job fair and to make the local community aware of the jobs that are out there. And if we could bring in possibly York College or any other entity that's involved with the local community for education, we can certainly bring it to them and provide them with the jobs that are out there.
I'm sorry, just one, because you touched on it peripherally, but not directly, is why, and we heard from Ms. Cohn, but would rather, I think, hear from you, why did the steering committee not want the Port Authority to be on?
From my view initially, as we've discussed, that the Port Authority's been brought, has been brought into this bid. We haven't seen any type of, I think, direct communication as to whether or not how much involvement they want to have and how much involvement we want to have until I think we want them to have, until I think we form a more cohesive board that's made up of a little bit more diverse group of people. We've, I think, gone through its infancy stages right now in that the Port Authority has always traditionally been the bureaucratic process that everybody's kind of shied away from. And there's, I think, still a large part, not negative, but they're scared. I mean, people don't want to have too much oversight from them in that they don't want them stepping too much into their domain. They are heavily regulated. 90% of these tenants are heavily regulated by the TSA. And so I think Customs, ICE, and the TSA have a tremendous role with these tenants in that they're all government-bonded warehouses. So there's, I think the Port Authority is we have to kind of figure out what the right role is in that the Port Authorities are traditionally controlling the airlines. The freight forwarders have always been off tarmac. And we're kind of the travel agents for the airline. We fill their planes. So I think that's where there's kind of there's some part of a disconnect in that the Port Authority does not have that much role in that community. So there's really never been a true, discussion with them unless a tenant requires what's called the pony plates or to be behind, to be actually physically on tarmac. There's really no reason for a lot of these tenants to even really be involved with the Port Authority.
I guess I would say, this, not asking for a response on this, but I guess I would say to you two things. One, as you've heard, and as basically implicitly, I think, recognize that there is an unusual symbiotic relationship here between what goes on off-site and on-site. And I would encourage you to, as the process goes forward, to speak, if you haven't already, to the many, many bids that have the Port Authority, recognizing this is a unique situation, but the many, many bids that do have either the Port Authority or another major transportation authority, the MTA, for example, within their boundaries as to what their relationship with those governing government agencies are like. And my guess is you will hear a variety of different responses, but at the very least, it will, I think, inform your views on what kind of relationship there ought to be.
That is welcomed and appreciated. We don't have this much involvement from these type of agencies within this community, so we are new to this.
Well, I would encourage you. I mean, there are, Mr. Cirillo has got the Grand Central station within his district. Times Square has the bus terminal. Downtown Alliance has World Trade Center site. There are Sutphin Boulevard, you've heard about. There are many and many different examples and relationships that, at the very least, would inform your thinking, I think. Mr. Cantor.
Thank you for your testimony. You finally, in my judgment, you gave the real reasons behind what's happening, namely that the Port Authority is a 600-pound gorilla, and while you're willing to talk to them, you don't want them on the table. I think that's an executive summary, if you will. Now, having said that, I would question the wisdom of not having them as a participant, simply because you're going to make recommendations that are going to directly affect the airport, tarmac or non-tarmac. If they're not partners to those decisions, then that gorilla is going to roar, and they're going to roar at a different level than you guys. So it seems to me, they have the opportunity to derail your best efforts if you don't really incorporate them in a meaningful way.
We welcome the Port Authority's input and involvement, and I think that a large part of it right now is that they're organizing their efforts to figure out how to as we know it, the Port Authority is a tenant on the property. The City of New York owns the property itself. And I think the Port Authority's role right now has really been focused on what's going on with their passenger traffic. I think that's been their main focus. Cargo, they've spent, I want to say we've spent the better part of the last year discussing different cargo-related matters with them, and we're seeing them get involved. And I think the new hierarchy there will get involved more as we progress as a bid. And we'll see what level of involvement they want to have. And we welcome it, I welcome it, I speak with them on a weekly basis. They're an integral part, obviously, to what everyone does here, but the cargo factor is that the cargo has not been a driving force to any part of this. We've seen very small growth since 2001, when we've lost 700,000 tons of cargo. So we're at 1.3 million tons, and we're not seeing it grow. And we're working with the Port Authority to figure out how do we do that and how do we get back the lost tonnage.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Knuckles.
Just if you know this, Mr. Leggio, this tonnage that's been lost by JFK, did this go to Newark? Did it go to LaGuardia? Where did this go?
It's gone to 5 or 6 different smaller regional airports, whether it's from DC to Cleveland.
Oh.
So they've, I know Ohio and specific parts of it have made a very big push to capture a lot of our market share. to the forwarders and have provided them with very, lucrative real estate deals to get their business. So I think, that's really the core of what we've lost to it, and then it's simply just, the cost factor to get it into JFK is probably one of the most expensive airports to bring it into throughout the world. So it's a big part of it.
Ms. Efron?
Sorry, it's a great opportunity having you here as an expert on these import and export businesses. So I can't help but ask, is there an increase in export activity from our local manufacturers in New York City?
Well, it's all driven by the dollar. So, the fact that we've had a lot of economic factors that have changed over the last 2 years and the uncertainty as to what's going on, I haven't seen that much dramatic, differences. Again, we do 1.3 million tons. The airport does 1.3 million tons. Whether we're off by 1% or we're ahead by 2%, that's been a pretty consistent number throughout the last 3 to 4 years. Whether it's import or export, really it has a lot to do with the dollar.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Liggio? Thank you, that's very helpful.
Thank you very much.
Good luck with this. Next speaker is Kim Lawton.
Wow. Good morning, good afternoon.
Good morning.
Not sure what
It's
time it is.
still morning.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman and Commissioners. I'm not an expert. I can't really answer all the logistics, but I think that, first of all, my name is Kim Lawton. I'm a single parent. I'm a homeowner. I'm also a co-chair as far as the IBID proposal, and I'm also the president of Spring Jam Block Association. We named it Spring Jam because we weren't sure if it was Springfield or Jamaica, Community Board 12 or 13, true story. And we live right below the airport. When I purchased the home, and I know I only have 3 minutes, the reason why I purchased the home is because the taxes were low, the area was very quiet, it was near JFK, near Valley Stream, but I kind of beg to differ with Mr. Liggio. It's not a bad neighborhood. If you look at our crime rates, we haven't had crime in the 15 years I've been there, except maybe like a car theft or a car accident, but it's a neglected area. We started the association because prior to Sandy with Irene, we got flooded. We were flooded in our basements up until our knees with feces and water. We weren't really sure how to go about getting attention, so we went on New York One, and we basically called the councilman out and we said, hey, this is not Garden City, but we pay taxes, we're homeowners, we're college graduates, we deserve to have the same type of services that every other neighborhood has. Chairman, I understand you're asking about Port Authority and et cetera and all the other IBIDs, but by my assessment, what makes this so unique is that it's different than all of those IBIDs. When I went on a tour with Mr. Liggio and Barbara and all of the different commissioners, and I heard them talking about, my God, the trucks have nowhere to park, and we're getting ticketed. And what about the flooding? And what about the chaos from JFK? And it went on and on and on. And, our buildings are dilapidated, and, we feel like we're living a tale of two cities when you look at the area. And I said, wow, not only are we going through the same areas, but we live in this. And this is how the association started. So, we've made contacts with Councilman, now he's Councilman Richards, and he's done so much for our area, and he does support the IBID. And to be honest, I wasn't on board. I had just ran for election and won by a landslide. I think it was like 10 people there. And, and here comes Barbara and the consultants, and they're talking about an IBID, and I'm like, they're trying to take over, what's going on? And, it took a long time to get to this point. We asked for multiple presentations. We spoke to our councilmen. I had different meetings, and I went to John Jay, so I'm like big with Robert's rules. So, I had 1,000 meetings, and I'm calling Barbara, and I'm texting, and I'm looking up the law. And then finally, when I got to understand what an I-bid is, I'm like, my God, this is so great, because we made a connection with the councilman. We made a connection with 105, which is like 50 miles from where I live. You have to really see the area. It's a very unique area, but it's been underserved. I'm sorry. So that's the reason why I'm here, to support on behalf of the residents. And I think us coming to the table, all of the questions that you guys asked, this is the thing that the I-bid is going to seek to address. We're all coming together with similar terms and similar concerns, and I think that that's the best part about the I-bid. It's a team approach, and at least we can start to address some of the concerns that haven't been addressed the 15 years that I've been there.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lawton.
Yes.
Questions for Ms. Lawton?
Just briefly.
Yes.
First off, thank you for
Ms.
being here,
Ellis?
and I do believe, when we heard the presentation on Monday and heard about the 154 homes in the middle, it certainly raised a lot of questions for us, and it speaks well that you've been part of the process from the very beginning. Could you maybe just highlight the 2 or 3 top reasons that residents give for wanting to be a part of the I-bid?
Well, first of all, one of the main reasons is empowerment. We've been able to make connections, as I said, with the councilmen, with DEP, with NYPD, with other organizations, but it took us 4 years. We didn't know how to go about it. Sometimes we would make meetings, we were told things would be done, and it wouldn't be done, or maybe there were different legal aspects that we weren't sure of. So I think the team approach, just being able to come to the table and be a stakeholder and have a voice that's heard, and a voice that's not only heard, that's acted upon. I think that's just in general awesome, and one of the main things that would be an asset for the residents.
Thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions to Ms. Lawton? And just to be clear, I don't think, well, speaking for myself, but I'm sure speaking for most, if not all, of my colleagues as well, I don't think anyone is questioning the desirability of this bid at all. I think we recognize how important it is, not only for functioning of the airport, but for the reasons you indicated as well. We just want to see that it functions as best as possible. So.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Chairman, I'm 51. Sometimes I think before I speak, but that was
No.
not my intent. And actually, I think it is a good idea.
I sometimes speak before I think plenty of times, so.
But I think
believe
it
me, I
is a
understand.
good idea, because from what I understand, the residents are only going to be assessed $1, even though we are going to have voting power. And I think that there is a small budget, and the more people that come on board, because that's the goal, to strengthen our ties. And since we live right below, I see your point, but I was just trying to lighten up the place a bit.
Let me just, and let me just ask you one, you said you bought your house and you had a lot of peace and quiet. You don't, the flight patterns don't affect you directly?
Yes, and I go to those roundtable meetings, and I go to the church. So I've been going to all these different meetings, so we're trying to get everybody at one table. So, but where we're at, per se, we really don't hear a lot of the noise. It's more so on the Rosedale side, but they are starting to I don't want to say drive, but fly lower. So that's a concern too.
Okay.
Yeah, so,
Thank you very much.
thank you. Any other questions? No? All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Sorry, I'm a little nervous.
You
Thank
did
Thank
pretty
you.
well. Next speaker is Stephen Petraglia.
Okay, I'm Steve Petraglia, and I'm one of the tenants, and I'm the Director of Airline Relations for Courier Network, which is a worldwide global logistics company. We have offices in China, USA, and in Israel. Now, we've been in this location now almost 10 years, and we just increased. Now, we do a lot of work with the airports. And why is that? Because with logistics, we're bringing a lot of shipments in, and we're moving them out domestically, because they're all coming in internationally. My concern with the area is now, I don't live there. I live in Staten Island, but I do live there because I'm there 13, 14 hours a day. And the area, as far as I'm worried about the employees, because it's very dark, we are like the forgotten area, and I don't live there. Example, when the snow comes, we're the last one to get cleaned up, and then we have a lot of tractor trailers in the area that get stuck. So now we can't get to work. It's just a chaos over there. Last night, I came out of the office at night, and I didn't even realize it was raining. But how did I know it was raining? Because all the streets have very bad puddle effects. So you really can't even cross the street where you're supposed to cross the street. And you got trucks and what have you coming. It's very dangerous for the employees. So that's my concern. We like the area. It works with us. We work at the airport constantly. I'm always inside the airport with my relationship with the airlines. So I guess I have effect with the Port Authority. I'm working with the TSA. So I'm always back and forth. But this area and with the community where they live with those houses, it's an amazing area right there. I mean, sometimes I see a house for sale, I say, well, maybe I would want to live there because I'm always there, but it's really, and it's a safe community, but it's a dark community. I mean, we really need to bring that area back to life, and if the board's going to help, the community's going to help do that, that's an amazing thing. We just expanded our lease, and it's another 7 years. We took another 3,000 square feet. We put almost $100,000 of our own money in there to make it better for our employees. But when you go outside, you're in another neighborhood. So really, it's really important. I'm really glad that I'm here. It's just important for everyone. We started with 7 employees in that area. We now have 23, and we're still hiring. Okay? And as far as, I think, Commissioner, you asked a question about more cargo coming in. Okay? Does anybody know what this is?
No.
No? It's a wafer. Made by Intel, Global Foundries. Every chip in your phone starts on this. Okay? Now, one more minute. One more half a minute.
20 seconds, go ahead.
Okay. Global Foundries, Intel, Global Foundries, the governor gave them, they build these discs, they make these discs. They're upstate New York now. The new disc size is coming out. There's gonna be so much transportation cargo coming in and going out to feed these companies in New York State. So JFK is gonna be a growing area, big time, for technology for all of us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions? Are you on the steering committee of the bid?
Huh? See, I'm sorry?
Are you on the steering committee of the bid?
No, I am not.
Okay.
The president of my company is.
Ah, okay.
And he's in Israel right now on business. So,
Thank you very much.
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Tom Gretsch, is that correct?
Yes, sir. Good morning, all.
Morning.
Chairman, Commissioners. Tom Gretsch, Executive Director of the Queens Chamber of Commerce. I'm here to advocate for this project. Sometimes things are made complex, and I'm not suggesting that this process is at all. But to me, as the person that's responsible for kind of keeping jobs and people employed in our city and in our borough, which is the most diverse of all counties in America, of all places, I think it's really, really important to think about the impact on jobs. I came from the private sector. I worked for R.R. Donnelley, a big printing company, and after that, Sony for a number of years. And I can tell you that they avoided shipping things to New York at all costs because of the costs. And so I think the more open that we can make our airports, our transit areas, I think at last count, I was on a panel with Pat Foy. I think there's 50,000 people between LaGuardia and JFK employed. It's a remarkable number. I think the more we can do to advocate to keep the jobs in the city, and I'm also a believer, by the way, of a rising tide lifts all boats, so I want them in Queens, of course, because I advocate for Queens, but I want them in the 5 boroughs. And so I can tell you that one of the other stats I have to talk about is 6 million people a day use the subway system, and 6 million people a year use the JFK train to the plane. And another part of that number, those 6 million a year, I think 70% are employees. So there's a great opportunity to continue to leverage that infrastructure in a land that people call the transportation desert of our city, to have a lot more throughput to the airports back and forth. And while I will agree that there's a lot of focus on the Port Authority on LaGuardia, which is less than a half a mile from my office at the Bulova Corporate Center, there's a great focus on the Port Authority of the airports in Queens. This gentleman, Mike Moran, serves on my board. He's a great asset to our board and a great asset to our city. And those are my comments in support of this project.
Thank you, Mr. Gretsch. Questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you, my pleasure.
Next speaker is David Hopkins from EDC.
Good morning, Commissioner Weisbrod and Commissioners. I'm David Hopkins. I'm the Director of Aviation at EDC, and I just wanted to give you a little more background in terms of the planning effort that led to the proposal before you for the bid. The Port Authority and the city jointly commissioned a cargo study of JFK Airport, and it was released to the public in 2013. And the genesis of that study really was the fact that cargo volumes had been declining, and we looked at ways to try and reverse that trend, stabilize the industry out of JFK, and really focused on three key issues. One, what do we need to do in terms of facilities to improve those at the airport? What do we need to do in terms of business practices to make JFK more competitive? And what do we need to do in terms of marketing JFK and its assets to the broader cargo community? And as a result of that study, we released, I think there's a 22-point action agenda that the Port Authority and EDC jointly agreed to. And among the recommendations on that action agenda, one of them in the city's purview was to explore the formation of a business improvement district out in Springfield Gardens. And that directly led to EDC providing the seed money for the planning committee effort. On the Port Authority's side of the ledger were a couple of things. One, to modernize some of the facilities at the airport. So they're now building, you may have heard about the animal handling facility, which will be a new sort of game changer, we think, in that niche market at JFK. They've also opened a new airport truck stop, the first truck stop in New York City, and they're in active negotiations to build the first new cargo building since the one Mr. Liggio mentioned in 2003, about a 300,000 square foot building on airport. We've also been working with our state DOT to relax truck access restrictions at JFK. So there's a whole bunch of things going on, but we think this IBID is really critical, and we're very supportive of the proposal. I won't rehash the Port Authority discussions too much, except to tell you that, yes, they were at the table initially. We had discussions with them about joining. The Planning Committee seriously considered that issue and chose not to include the airport in its boundaries. And I think the reasons that Ms. Cohen talked about in terms of the disparate nature of the work that goes on at that single tax lot and the fact that it is sort of in a contained, focused community, there were good reasons for the Planning Committee to make the decision it did. But Mike Moran, the general manager, and Ian Von Prague at the Government Affairs Office at headquarters have both been very supportive of the effort. I'm more than happy to go out and solicit a letter of support from them. I'll talk to them this afternoon about that. And I do want to advocate with them to play a role in terms of the governance of the IBID and some kind of in-kind or monetary contribution. I think that's essential because it is, as you said, a symbiotic relationship. So I'll stop there and be glad to answer any questions.
Questions for Mr. Hopkins? Ms. Efron and Ms. Ortiz.
I just have a comment, since you are at EDC in charge of aviation. We heard from a broker representing most of the building owners in that area that he hasn't seen an increase in export. And I know that Ports and Trade was taken out as a city agency more than a decade ago, but the president has called for a 50% increase in exports around the country. And I would just hope that you could carry back the word to EDC that that perhaps there is a mismatch now between the efforts around aviation and the airports and gathering our really talented manufacturers around New York to increase the exports.
One of the other things that we did in the cargo study is we revitalized our foreign trade zone program, which is more focused on imports. But I think one of the interesting things I found out about JFK is that the import-export side is actually equally balanced in terms of value. It may not be in terms of weight, but it's one of the few port facilities, airport or seaport, that actually has a balance of imports and exports. So yes, we're focused in terms of ways to increase both sides of the ledger out there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just note that the Department of Ports and Trade was migrated to EDC, so EDC is now responsible for exports as well as its other economic development activities. Ms. Ortiz.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for testifying. I have a question with respect to the study. So obviously this was a joint study conducted by EDC and the Port Authority, and there seem to be a number of recommendations with respect to business amenities off-site. Could you speak to those and how the bid will presumably address some of those needs?
Business amenities, you say?
There's something here that said, the lack of business amenities in the proposed bid are cited as reasons, presumably within the study, for businesses to relocate elsewhere.
Right.
So what are those challenges that need to be addressed, and are they part of the planning process at this time?
Well, I think the business amenities include the sort of suite of issues that have been brought up today. The fact that many of the facilities are obsolete in terms of their physical layout. And so over the time, will there be a planning effort in the neighborhood that the bid could perhaps sponsor to look at ways to renew those facilities in a more modern way? I think the issues around lighting and security and wayfinding in the neighborhood are amenities that the businesses need out there. It's really hard to find a business in the neighborhood. And the sort of working on the whole truck access and parking issue will also be important for both the business and the residents, because those conflicts out there are one of the key issues.
So one of the issues that brings up is likely there's a need for large infrastructure investment. And there's a limitation right now with respect to how much the bid can bond, and I understand why. But, I guess this speaks to needing the right people at the table who are in a position to participate in the funding of some of these large projects, including the Port Authority. And presumably that's one of the major advocacy efforts here. They are potentially a major well of funding for many of these improvements. I'm making that assumption, but is that the case?
I don't know direct capital improvements off airport that the Port Authority would participate in that significantly, but the idea of in-kind contributions, for example, we've thought, Barbara mentioned the fact that we talked about a number of ideas, but one could be that the Port Authority could perhaps contribute toward a shuttle service that would increase the transportation options for people between, say, the Federal Circle Air train station and the off-airport community, which is sort of hard to get to today, even though they're right next to each other. So I think that's more the nature. In terms of the infrastructure investments, I think those are going to be largely city-focused. And as someone who's sort of new to the bid process as well, one of the interesting things that happened during this process was a lot of the businesses out there are really heads down. It's like they do their jobs, they do them well. They didn't really see any need for an organized entity to be out there. But as we discussed what's coming and what's needed, I think the advocacy part really has played a much more important role in people's thinking. That if, for example, there's a major street infrastructure upgrade project that's going to come in the area where the Spring Jam neighbors are located, having someone at the bid to be a conduit for information and an advocate for both the residents and the businesses there, and to manage the issues related to street closure and detours is going to be critically important. And I think that's managing those big infrastructure investments and advocating for those big infrastructure investments is going to be a key function of the bid.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hopkins. I would just say that as the EDC, as the, in a sense, incubator of this bid, and given how important this both on-site and off-site functioning of this area is to the city's economy, I'm encouraged to hear you say that the Port Authority will play a role here. I do think it would, I recognize you're personally new to the bid process, but in a way it's so much a central part of what this bid is about that there's a sort of mechanistic role of, do you have support from property owners, and a functional role, and that here is so important, that functional role, that I would hope that the relationship that the Port Authority and the bid have with each other would be much further along than it is at this stage of the game.
Point well taken, Chairman, and as I mentioned, Mike Moran really has been a good addition to the management structure out there, is very interested in the success of this bid, and like I say, I will be glad to communicate your concerns back to them.
I mean, and both parties, I mean, I don't, it is certainly not up to us to define precisely what the relationship is between the Port Authority and the bid, but I think it is, in a sense, up to us to assure that there is a relationship and that it functions well, and that it's designed to function well, however the two parties agree it should function. And at least to that point, it would be helpful and certainly make me feel a lot more comfortable about this to know that that relationship has been better defined and is going to function in the way that probably all of us hope it will.
Certainly, you know, one of the things that I've learned through this process in terms of the air cargo study is the need for sustained engagement with these businesses, and that sustained engagement also has to happen at the Port Authority level, because they're the ones who are going to need to make those on-airport changes that stabilize and expand the industry out here, and if they're not at the table, we're not going to achieve the success that we want to. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Hopkins. Is there anyone else who wishes to be heard on this matter? And hearing none, this hearing is mercifully closed.
Borough of Queens, calendar number 6 through 10. Calendar number 6, CD4, C160138, ZMQ. Calendar number 7, N160139, ZRQ. Calendar number 8, C160140, ZSQ. Calendar number 9, C160141, ZSQ. Calendar number 10, C160143, HAQ. A public hearing in the matter of applications for zoning map and zoning text amendments, special permits, UDAP designation, project approval, and disposition of city-owned property concerning 1 Flushing.
Thank you all for your patience. The first speaker is Jacqueline Sachs from the Department of Housing Preservation and Development. And I believe there's a team that's presenting this?
Yes, they're just.
Could you just identify everyone else?
Oh, sure. We have from HPD, our Assistant Commissioner of Planning and Pre-Development, Eric Wilson. We also have our Director of Queens and Staten Island Planning, Paris Strotter. Then we have our development team, which consists of Frank Dubinsky from Monadnock Development. We have Chris Cooey and Ernesto Vigoro from Asian Americans for Equality. And we also have John Napolitano and Paula Duran, John Kaiteris from Hannock, and we have Tom Medic from Bernheimer Architecture here. Good morning. My name is Jacqueline Sachs, and I'm here on behalf of the Department of Housing Preservation and Development to speak in regards to our ULURP application for the 1 Flushing development in Flushing, Queens. I just introduced my colleagues, but we're very pleased to be joined by this development team today, and pleased to have your attention in regards to this ULURP application. The 1 Flushing project is a mixed-use affordable housing development that will bring 231 units of affordable housing, including 66 units of senior housing, to downtown Flushing. It also will include an innovative retail program aimed at supporting local retailers and an extensive array of senior care services available not just to building residents, but to the wider Flushing community as well. I'm going to describe the land use actions requested in this ULURP application, and then I will turn it over to the development team to walk through the project in greater detail, including the affordability of the project and the other program components. As indicated on the maps in the application, the project site is located along 41st Avenue in downtown Flushing on a public parking lot known as Flushing Municipal Lot Number 3. It is an approximately 43,000 square foot lot located in close proximity to Main Street, the LIRR station, and the 7-line Main Street Flushing subway station. The disposition area includes this site as well as a very small, approximately 2,000 square foot vacant lot just to the north, which will not be developed upon, but from which the project aims to use development rights. The rezoning area includes these disposition sites as well as adjacent lots on Main Street in order to facilitate a consistent neighborhood character into the future. The land use actions proposed in the ULURP application include, first, a zoning map amendment to rezone the project area from a C42 district to a C45X district, which carries an R7X equivalent. This will allow for a higher residential and commercial density than is currently allowed on the site. It is considered appropriate for regional commercial centers like the existing C42 district in the area, and is consistent with the R71 district across Main Street. Second, a zoning text amendment to map mandatory inclusionary housing, otherwise known as MIH. The project was planned to be an entirely affordable housing development prior to the passage of MIH. Its affordability program complies with MIH Option 2, as approved by City Council. MIH is being mapped due to the proposed increase in residential floor area and will ensure permanent affordability for 30% of the floor area, which we believe to be approximately 70 units. Third, designation as an Urban Development Action Area project, otherwise known as UDAP, or disposition of city-owned property. Fourth, a special permit for a public parking facility. As the development team will describe, a lot with more than 150 parking spaces has been proposed to replace the existing spaces in the parking lot currently on site, and that requires a special permit. There's also a special permit being requested to allow the use of floor area from the railroad right-of-way. Lot 65, which will not be developed upon, is located in the LIR right-of-way. And lastly, we're requesting a mayoral zoning override to waive the requirement for a commercial loading berth. This is required in buildings with over 25,000 square feet of commercial floor area in a C45X district. We are seeking an override because the small business character of the retail does not require access to a loading berth, and we feel that providing a loading berth may create more traffic in an already congested area, as well as potentially endanger pedestrians. The development team will explain this more later. This project is a product of a long process. There was a community visioning event in December 2013 at which the priorities for the RFP were identified, namely affordable housing for seniors and families, nonprofit and community meeting space, and the replacement of the existing spaces in the DOT lot. HPD issued an RFP for the site in July 2014, and the development team here today was designated in April of last year. We then engaged in a long period of outreach, including several meetings with the community board, local council member, and Borough President Katz, briefing them and incorporating feedback before we certified into ULURP in January 2016. We expect ULURP to continue through the summer and for financial closing and construction start on the project in the fall of this year. Now I'll turn it over to the development team to walk through the project in greater detail.
Thank you, Jacqueline. I'm Frank Dubinsky, Vice President of Monadnock Development. The One Flushing team is comprised of 3 experienced affordable housing developers and service providers. Asian Americans for Equality, the acronym for which is pronounced AFI, represented by Chris Coy and Ernesto Vigoro. HANIC, represented by John Kaiteris, John Napolitano, and Paula Duran, and Monadnock Development. Separately, our organizations have been developing affordable housing and providing services to low-income New Yorkers and low-income seniors for over 40 years. AFI has a historically strong presence in Flushing. They own and manage affordable housing in Flushing and have had an office there for over 20 years, working with small businesses and low-income residents. HANIC is Queens-based, as you likely know, and has provided low-income senior housing and senior services to Queens residents for decades. Monadnock has developed and constructed over 14,000 units in New York City, the majority of which are affordable. With partners, we recently completed the first phase of Hunters Point South in Long Island City, which is 925 affordable apartments on the Queens waterfront. The design and program of this project is a result of our combined expertise and experience, and I will first provide an overview of the program and elucidate that for you. We tried to create a holistic approach to this development, providing affordable housing at multiple income levels and create an intergenerational community. We wanted to create community space as well as community services and provide local retail and replace the existing parking that we are replacing with this building. So the building was also designed with feng shui and active design principles to keep our residents healthy and happy and mobile, which is a very important thing when you're doing senior housing as well. On the first floor and second floor, we've provided over 15,000 square feet of community facility space. On the first floor, all the way to the right, you'll see in red, 5,000 square feet of community exhibition and meeting space provided to local groups at a low cost. On the second floor, on the bottom here, in red, is a senior care center run by AFI and HANIC with Parker Jewish, and office space, thank you, Tom, and office space for HANIC's weatherization program, which serves low-income residents of Eastern Queens. The remainder of the second floor has residential space, and the remainder of the building going up to the 9th floor has residential space as well, with amenities on the roof. The retail space on the first floor, in blue on the right, will be divided up from 500 to 4,000 square feet for local businesses. It's approximately 25,000 square feet in total. AFI has a subsidiary, Renaissance Economic Development Corporation, that has committed $2 million in a loan fund to local businesses here, something they've been doing for years, providing seed capital and ongoing support to local businesses to keep them vibrant, to keep them active, and it's really great for us that they are not only a partner in owning this property, but also supporting the local tenants that we hope to serve. In the basement, we have a parking garage that would be permanent for up to 229 spaces. That would be attended parking, but more than replaces the existing 156 spaces on the DOT lot. Additionally, I'll get into a couple of design features of the building, which we're very proud of. We have widened the sidewalks here. The current sidewalk is 10 feet wide. That is not enough when you're providing all of these uses in addition to a commuter bus stop, which currently exists here. So the building is sawtooth design, so we've widened the sidewalk to a minimum of 15 feet and a maximum of 20 feet, depending on where you are in the sawtooth, to allow people to pass and to enjoy. It's already a congested neighborhood. I think this is a really nice thing, setting an example going forward as Flushing grows, given its density, to provide additional width in the sidewalks. With our partners at HPD and excellent feedback from the community board and the Borough President Katz over the past year, we've crafted a mixed income and intergenerational project to serve a wide variety of residents in Flushing, Queens, and New York City. Of the 231 affordable units, not including the super, half of those units are 60% of median income and below. That includes 66 senior units that are under 40% and 50% of median income. The remaining 50 units, under 60% of AMI, do not have a senior preference. For reference, the income levels served by these units are approximately $23,500 for a single person, up to $58,740 for a family of 5, using the recently released 2016 income limits. In addition to those 116 units that are below 60% of median income, we have 115 middle income units without a senior preference that are split between 80% of median income and 100% of median income. The income levels for those units range from $50,800 for a single person up to $97,900 for a family of 5. While these are difficult income levels to finance, given they don't generate low-income housing tax credits, middle-income housing is sorely needed in New York City and in Flushing, and we and our partners at HPD are really excited to include them in this project. Onto the design. As you can see from these renderings, the development has been designed to break down the long street wall with a sawtooth design in a variety of brick colors and shapes from one bay to the next. Our building is 425 feet long here. We need to break it up. And that was actually one of the recommendations from the community board a year ago when we first met with them, was to increase the modularity of the facade, and we think we've done that, really speaking to and working with them. Additionally, the pedestrian experience on the street will be enlivened with multiple retail entrances, our main lobby, and a separate community facility entrance. We've chosen to set our building back, as I mentioned, 5 to 10 feet, and we felt that this is really a must with the density in Flushing. Additionally, the parking garage entrance is located far to the western end of the project, pulling traffic away from Main Street in order to minimize congestion. Right now, the parking lot has 2 entrances, one just 100 feet from Main Street, and it really backs up onto Main Street, which is already a very congested street, as you know. Inside the building, we will have 229 spaces of attended parking in the basement. The first floor will have that 25,000 square feet of retail space, leased to local Queens and New York City businesses. AFI will provide seed funding for many of these businesses, and that focus, and as we discussed this with the community board, that focus on smaller businesses is one of the reasons that we requested to waive the required loading berth. A single loading berth doesn't function well for multiple small businesses across this 400-foot-long site. In addition, the loading berth would utilize valuable retail frontage and cause congestion as trucks back up into the loading dock. You know, if you have one user in a space, they might deliver once a day, but if you have 14, 15, 20 tenants, you're going to have that happening all day. We agree with the community board's recommendation that we would like commercial parking on the street for these smaller businesses as much as we can get. And I think the community board working group we worked with agrees with our worry that a commercial loading dock will impede pedestrian access, endanger pedestrians, and back up the street. Additionally, the first floor contains our community facility entrance, and you can enter our community exhibition space on the first floor, as well as go upstairs to the second floor senior care center and office space. Floors 3 through 9 contain residential units, with our senior units clustered around the elevators. We do that for a couple reasons, in that we want to make sure that our seniors don't have very far to walk from elevator to their apartments, and also increase their interaction with other residents, so that people are walking by their apartments, seeing them every day. It's a really important thing that Hannock has learned from their experience in developing senior housing. The 10th floor contains our laundry room, gym, community room, as well as a rooftop farm for our residents, and a large solar panel array. So our team is very proud of this development. We're very proud that it serves a wide variety of New Yorkers, and that it will house a wide variety of income levels and be an intergenerational community. And we think there are many local residents from downtown Flushing, as well as this community board, who will benefit from the services for seniors, as well as our community space. We've worked with the community to improve the design over the past year and the program, and we look forward to contributing to the bright future of Flushing, Queens, and New York City. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dubinsky. So we have, in addition to Mr. Dubinsky and Ms. Sachs, we have representatives from Hannock here, representatives from AFI here, and a representative from the architect here. So, questions? Mr. Knuckles.
Thank you. Mr. Dubinsky, am I pronouncing that name right? Yeah.
Perfectly.
Would you elaborate on your request for a special permit for a public parking facility?
Sure.
And why you think 229 spaces are necessitated?
Sure. So this community values its parking greatly, and they've made that clear to us as part of the RFP and subsequently. The current parking lot is a surface parking lot, not attended, and is able to include 156 parking spaces. From our perspective, we've created the basement of this building basically as a full parking garage, and we want to make sure it works. And given our special permit drawing and the review thus far, 229 is the maximum we could fit in there. So the community likes that we're providing more parking than currently exists. And if we wanted to create more, which I know is not your question, we would have to go down another level, which is cost prohibitive. So if we're going to create a full basement here, that's what we can fit in.
Thank you.
Ms. Delos.
Hi, how are you?
Good. Thank you.
Good to see all of you here. I'm just wondering, you started to kind of lay out, I think, some of the different roles of the different members, different team members. Could you maybe just elaborate on that a little bit more? In particular, what's the ownership structure broken down between the nonprofit and the for-profits? And is there a difference within the different ownership structure for the different AMI levels? Is the senior part going to be handled differently? Just pieces like that.
Sure. So we will all own this building together. Okay. As a requirement of financing, we will condominiumize parts of it, but we will own all of those.
What's going to be condo, the retail?
The retail will be condominiumized. We have some funding coming from a Department of Justice settlement that requires that the senior units be condominiumized, but only in legal form. AFI is going to manage the building as well. Hannock is going to provide services as well as expertise for our senior residents. But we're all in this together, I guess is the answer to your question.
Okay. If I may, and I don't know if this is a question for the development team or perhaps HPD for Jackie. You laid out, obviously, the options for MIH, and I'm just wondering, perhaps at the time that this was first submitted, option 4 wasn't yet an option for MIH. So I'm just wondering if you all have, would you meet the 20% of 40% of AMI option anyway? And is that something that could be considered in this case?
As currently designed, we would not. I think 10% of our units are under 40%. It's something we could certainly discuss with HPD. It just impacts financing,
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Dubinsky? Mr. Cantor.
Morning.
You mentioned you got a 400-foot parcel,
425.
and, pardon?
425.
Excuse me. Which is almost 2 city blocks. What is to the left and to the right of those buildings? Behind them, if you will?
Sure. So to the right, which is east, there is a 100-foot deep existing commercial building. To the west is a Long Island Railroad electrical substation, sort of open, it's not a building, with transformers. Behind us is the Long Island Railroad itself on the Port Washington line, and the stop is actually right behind us for Flushing.
I'm looking at this and seeing the degree of articulation you put in, which is some. In my mind, I'm comparing it to a job that I believe went through this department a few years ago. A long white building, I think it's a Must building, I'm not certain. And as you see it, it just looks like a slab that's a warehouse for people. I don't know what more you can do in terms of articulation, I can't see that. But it just seems to me that it's a huge building, and I'm unhappy architecturally. I don't know how else to express myself, and I'm not an architect.
Sure, understood. I think the goal was, so the bottom of the page is the front of the building. And so we've actually divided it into 7 or 8 distinct bays that are 50 feet wide. And each bay has a different brick color, sheen. Some have bullnose brick on them. And at the base, you can see this red. This is our community facility space, calling it out to differentiate it from the rest of the building. And you can see the brick color change and also see it from bay to bay.
But when you look at the plan on the floor, what am I looking at? A 350, 400-foot long corridor for someone to walk?
Yeah, just under 350. It's a long corridor, I agree.
A long corridor, which unto itself is oppressive functionally.
Yes, it's something we're working against. It was a choice between dividing this building into 2 buildings. Actually, our original proposal had a senior building. This is a year and a half ago, had a separate senior building further west, and the non-senior building further east. What that leads you to is 2 lobbies, and we want to have an attended lobby for our senior residents. 2 sets of elevators, separate amenities. It's something we thought long and hard about, and that we wanted everybody to sort of live together and use the same amenities and walk into the building at the same place.
You could have a common lobby and split the building.
Yes, I could have a common lobby and split the buildings and have 2 elevator cores.
Right.
Yes.
Any other questions? Ms. Levin and Mr. Knuckles.
No, I really just don't have so much a question as a compliment. The really crisp, clear presentation from you and HPD, and should be a case study for how you do these things. And it also looks like you've worked, we can ask a lot of questions about the details, but it looks like one of the more complicated HPD projects around, on a very constrained site with a lot of different issues and constituencies poking at you, and I think it's pretty great that you've gotten this far.
Thank you.
Praise from Ms. Levin is praise indeed. So. Mr. Knuckles.
That made it happen. That was a lot of stuff.
No, I just wanted to clarify the renderings.
Yes.
Are we looking at the same facade from 2 different directions?
That's right. So you're facing,
Okay.
you're looking west here, and you're looking east in there.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Delaluz.
This is probably going to come up later, so I might as well ask you while you're all here. Obviously, the community board has expressed their opposition. It seems primarily because of how the lottery preference issue has been laid out. And I'm just wondering who might be appropriate to speak to the concerns about that. And I know that it goes back to the Willets Point development plan, and I don't know if any of members of the development team were part of that and know some of the history.
So I'll say what I can and then defer it to our assistant commissioner if there are any further questions. But the particular shared community board preference on this project comes from, as you said, the Willets Point Points of Agreement, which were arrived at as part of the Willets Point development planning process. We're not a party to that agreement, and it predates the project, so I can't really speak about the details of how those points of agreement came about. All I can say is that we have to respect the agreement and honor it as we carry out this project, and so that's what we have to do with this project.
Okay.
I mean,
Chris probably knows, yeah.
Yeah, I can speak on from a community perspective. I think this was actually.
Just Chris,
Chris
identify
Coy,
yourself.
I'm the Executive Director of Asian American Equality. Yeah, this was actually something that the advocates, that kind of advocated for affordable housing as, as a result of the Willets Point, quote unquote, plan was that, we wanted actually some immediate projects that could be done, because there was a whole experience about the Atlantic Yard experience where, like, some of the promises and the advocates in the community was worried about when will we get the affordable housing. And so this was actually something that I think that, everybody, as you know, were involved. It wasn't just Community Board 7. There was like folks that were like in the city, but then also throughout different community boards that were fighting for low-income and affordable housing, from the Willets Point organizing. And so I thought, as we might remember, the Willets Point at that time, there was an agreement from the city that resulted in, I believe it was like 25 to 30% affordable housing. That was like a breakthrough, right, in terms of for the advocates and the community. But at the same time, they were concerned about when would these units be realized. And so I think the local council member from, Corona, Elmhurst, and then also Flushing kind of said, hey, you know what, we have a few sites, and then one is this site, and then one target this, make sure that this is going to be an affordable housing site, and then created this number of units. That is tremendous, So then I think that's the history of it.
Thank you. Thanks for the background.
Any other questions for the applicant team? Hearing none, thank you very much. Next speaker is Bobby Sackman.
Good afternoon. Actually, John Napolitano, not Bobby Sackman, but she asked me to submit her testimony on her behalf. She could not be here, but she does send her regards. So, Bobby Sackman is the Director of Public Policy for Live On New York. Live On is a nonprofit organization that makes New York a better place to age by working on policy, advocacy, and innovative programs. We have a membership base of 100 organizations that provide more than 800 community-based programs, which range from individual community-based centers to large multi-service organizations. Live On advocates for issues related to affordable housing, affordable senior housing, with services in the areas of production, preservation, and policy. Live On's Affordable Senior Housing Coalition is comprised of 25 leading New York City nonprofit housing providers, including John Kaiteris, the Executive Director of HANIC, and who co-chairs the coalition. As you may have heard, there was a new waiting list that came out, the HUD 202 Senior Housing Waiting List, which was called Through the Roof, which was sponsored by Live On. It documented through its waiting list of 120 buildings that there was astounding 111,000 seniors on waiting list, and the average wait time was about 7 years, to as much as sometimes 10 years. Responses were received from about 43% of the Section 202 buildings, so it could be projected that the waiting list is over 200,000 citywide for all the citywide HUD 202 buildings. And specifically in Queens, the wait list is about 33,000 for affordable senior housing. The One Flushing is an example of a project that provides affordable housing and services who so desperately need it. HANIC, AFI, and Monadnock Development are well known throughout the city for quality housing they provide. And importantly, the vital senior services they provide their residents and the community. It is this housing and services that allow the senior residents to age in place in their communities. So we ask you to keep the needs of seniors on your minds when considering your vote for the One Flushing project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Please submit. The next speaker is Ms. Yuping Wu. Is that correct?
So Ms. O will give the testimony, and my name is Flora, and will translate for her.
Okay, that's fine. And welcome.
大家好，我叫欧秀萍，是美国公民，来美国20多年了，多年来都住在法拉盛地区。
My name is Ms. O. I live in Flushing for more than 20 years.
在法拉盛呢，就租了个小房子来住，这个房间很小，只是一个小床铺而已。
I live in I rent a room. The room's really small. Could just put a bed.
房子里头的措施，比方浴缸啊、浴室啊、厨房啊、那个洗手间呢，都是公用的。
I share kitchen, the restaurant, the shower with everyone else.
因为我呢，年纪也大了，又做过身体也不太好，又做过心脏手术，又有风湿，要煮饭还要到土库去煮，给那个生活呢带来很大的困扰。
So I'm sick and old, and I had a heart surgery, and in order to cook, I have to go to the basement, to the kitchen, in order to cook.
那么我呢就觉得，如果到外面去租房子，房子也好贵呀。我是SSI 领 SSI 的，那么房租太贵，我也负担不起啊。
And I'm a SSI recipient. Cannot afford to, rent any other better place.
目前我的房租呢，就已经是占了我的收入的65%了。
Now my rent is about 65% of my income.
所以呢，我就希望呢，政府呢能够多建设平价公寓和那个老人公寓，为我们解决那个住房的困难。
The whole government to provide more affordable and senior housing to solve the housing issues in the community.
我非常相信美国政府是很关心我们的，一定会为我们解决困难。我谢谢。
So she believes in government and think that government will help out with the issues. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. O. Any questions, Ms. O?
Thank you.
Thank you very much for
Thank
your
you.
testimony.
Thank you.
The next speaker is, I guess, Anna LaBelle from Hannock.
Good morning.
Good afternoon.
I've been here since early this morning. I don't know, I'm
Thank you.
sorry.
Thanks for your patience.
That's quite all right. I feel that this is very, very important. As you heard the figures, we're very high as older people. I want this project to go through, and I'd like to see one done in Queens, a full one, because it's so needed. I lost my husband, therefore the check went down. Therefore, I have a house, the taxes go up, the food goes up, you can't manage. If it wasn't for Hannock, at least I could get 2 meals a day within a cost. I just want to tell you, I hope you pass it because it's so, so needed. We are forgotten people, really. I get mail from City Harvest. for a donation. I'm City Harvest. Something has to be done. I was in Florida. Jacksonville is full of any kind of senior care you want. Now, is it going to be that we're going to have to end up out of town when we were raised here? It just doesn't seem right. And there is no places. There is none. Not any. So it would be nice if someone could afford to do it and come up with the idea. And I'm sure you'd have many grateful people. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. LaBelle. Any questions, Ms. LaBelle? Thank you very much.
No, I just want to see another building.
Come on out.
Because the taxes are killing me. I'm alone, and it's just too much,
Thank you for being here.
okay?
Thank
But I
you.
was raised in Queens, so
You wanna
it's
stay.
very hard to transpose yourself.
Yep.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kathy Priori, also from Hannah.
That's great, that's great.
Am I pronouncing that correctly, Ms. Priori? Yeah.
Hi, my name is Kathy Priori. I'm a senior citizen, and I'm a lifelong resident of College Point, Queens. And I agree with Ann that senior citizens are forgotten about because there's not many programs for senior citizens. There's no place you can go. If I have a house. I was lucky enough to buy a house in 1980. And it's a small one, and I'm blessed. But now they're building up College Point so much that the houses are outrageous. They're in the millions. They're $1 million, they're 500,000, 600,000, all the new houses they're building. They're knocking down houses that were there, and they're building these big mansion things, and it's being overdeveloped. A lot along the waterfront, there's all reclaimed land, nothing but rows of houses, condos and stuff along the waterfront. They're all attached. And if you live in College Point and you're a senior citizen, you're a senior citizen and you're a fixed income person, Social Security, it stays the same. It doesn't go up. Cost of living goes up, food goes up, medical bills, everything goes up. And if you have a house and your family moves out, you big house by yourself, where you gonna go? You can't afford to keep it, something happens, you can't afford to keep it, you have to go. If you don't wanna move out of New York, there's no place to go. So we need affordable housing for senior citizens. So there's some place for us to go. And I'm for the one Flushing thing because it is going to have some apartments for senior citizens, but that's only a small step because you're going to have a lot more seniors coming along because every one of these people here are going to be senior citizens sometime. People live longer than their grandparents or their great-grandparents, even their parents. And that's because of better living and better medical, but everything is going up, and if something happens, got no place to go. Gonna be out on the street. I don't think that's a good idea. I think there should be some more funds and stuff for senior citizen housing, affordable housing. Because everybody is gonna be there someday.
Hopefully.
So I support this, the Flushing, one Flushing thing because it has the senior citizen. And I think we should have more, bigger steps. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fiore.
Thank you.
Well, Ms. Fiore,
Ma'am.
there's a question for you from
Okay.
Mr. Cantor.
I know the College Point area for a long, long time because I was on Community Board 7 for like 20 years, 20 some odd years ago. And you guys have a way of getting together and having your message taken. And it's taken seriously. As I have aged, that I'm almost a senior now, because seniors start. Okay?
70 is the new 20, according to Mr. Cantor.
Yeah, nobody thinks about on down the line.
Right.
No, it's not their fault necessarily. The fault is we are living longer.
Yeah.
And the younger people are taking over the world as they should, and they're not yet sensitive to senior people, whether it's in New York or Washington or Florida or anyplace else. But your community, which I assume by now is a largely senior community,
It's a big one, yeah.
it seems to
But
me you
there's
guys ought to
no-
get together the way you do about traffic lights and let it get known to your councilman, to the other members. Just let them know that, yes, we're seniors, and you're not, but think of your mother or father and the things that they're encumbered with that they were never encumbered with before.
Thank you, Ms. Fiore. The next speaker is Sixto Ortiz.
Good afternoon. My name is Sixto Ortiz. I am a 32 BJ member. I live and work in Flushing. I'm here today representing behalf of my union, 32 BJ, the largest property union, representing 70,000 building service across New York City, 145 nationwide. 32 BJ members, they clean, they provide security service for the schools, residentials, and commercials, building across the 5 borough, building like process development and one Flushing. For 15 years, I have been a porter in Metro Gardens at a co-op at 2610 Union Street. This is a good job. This is a good union job, which has helped me and my family. I have 2 boys. Because of the union, me and my family, we had dental medical care. My family was able to take vacation. Most important, I was able to send my boys to college. One of my boys is 26 now, the other one is 30. One is an electrician, the other one is a police officer. I am here today because I want everyone to live and work at my neighborhood, to have these opportunities. The new buildings, once Flushing, can create high-quality jobs like mine for men and women who are working inside of it, but only if the development commits and management the new buildings' responsibility in paying their workers and decency standard prevailing wages. Especially important that the city's planning commission ensure the development at one Flushing, making true commitment to a good job becoming but this development was set present and job standards for the West Flushing rezoning that will soon begin at the upper process. Both West Flushing rezoning and the One Flushing development will help create body needed to affordable housing option for New Yorkers, but they should only go forward if they create good jobs. We cannot build our way to the city affordable housing crisis as long as we are hardworking people earning little bit to afford these housing costs. Families are going to continue to get priced out of their houses. The service center has been a major source of the job growth in Flushing residential since 2009. We have been making sure that the development come to the area and build service jobs and create high-quality jobs. Our community, both affordable housing and high-quality jobs, and the city planning commission can ensure that the project like our Flushing provide both. It can ensure the city resource intended to help working people creating more housing opportunity, not also to undermine the property wages. I am grateful to have a job that lets me live and work and raise my family in Queens. I want to make sure that my neighbors have the same opportunity.
Well timed, Mr. Ortiz. Questions for Mr. Ortiz?
Thank you
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to be heard on this matter? And hearing none, the hearing is closed. Thank you.
Borough of Brooklyn, calendar numbers 11, 12, and 13. Calendar number 11, CD1, C160124, ZSK. Calendar number 12, C160125, ZSK. Calendar number 13, N160126, ZRK. A public hearing in the matter of applications for a zoning text amendment and special permits concerning 19-25 Kent Avenue.
First, we're going to hear from the, well, we'll wait for the transition.
Transition. Mm-hmm. No, it didn't.
The N11 stretch.
So to speak.
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
Where's the popcorn and the hot dogs when you need it?
Oh, boy.
Okay, first we're going to hear from the applicant team, and that consists of Ray Levin, Rick Parisi, and Joe Brancato. Mr. Levin.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Again, Weisbrod, members of the commission. My name is Raymond Levin. I'm with the law firm of Slater Beckerman. We are land use counsel to 19 Kent Acquisition LLC. The applicant for the proposed project at 25 Kent Avenue in Williamsburg, Brooklyn. It's a project of approximately 384,000 square feet, a mixed-use building with office space, retail, and light manufacturing. Also speaking today, as the chair mentioned, will be representatives from M. Paul Freeburg Partners Landscape Architects and Gensler Project Architect. Also available today, should there be questions on environmental matters, will be a representative from Phil Habib and Associates. More than a decade ago, as part of the Williamsburg Greenpoint rezoning, the IBZ area up here was changed from M31 to M12. That change, in association with other neighborhood trends in the Williamsburg area over the last decade, has spurred development mostly of new hotels, nightclubs, entertainment venues, bowling alleys, et cetera. The merit of those developments and the jobs that they created can be debated, but one thing is clear. Not one square foot of new manufacturing space was developed. The proposed text that creates the special permits that would allow this development is modest. It encompasses a very small area of 14 blocks. Only two other development sites were identified in the EAS. However, it will allow the first new privately financed, unsubsidized commercial and industrial building to be built in generations, and may also spur the development of others. As you can see, I think, yes, this is what's happened over the last decade. Hotels, way out of scale buildings, nightclubs, bowling alleys. I mean, that's what's happened. And this proposal, this zoning text, and this building itself can be a model. It could help hold the line and maybe reverse the trend of the proliferation of non-industrial uses pushing into the industrial business zone and other M zones. Without some kind of intervention, this is going to continue, assuming that, market forces are as they are now. Our elected leaders have recognized this situation, the erosion of manufacturing jobs, and have urged that we remedy the situation. In the mayor's State of the City speech earlier this year, he urged new developments in the abandoned industrial land on our waterfront to become thriving commercial districts. The City Council and Assemblyman Lenthal have expressed similar thoughts. In developing this zoning text with our co-applicants, the Department of City Planning, we worked with the land use staff at the City Council, and between all of us have come up with this as a way to create a cross-subsidy to allow for the creation of a manufacturing space, of light industrial space, specifically targeted to those small users and eliminating other kinds of use from that specific space. The proposed text would create a new public-private partnership needed to nurture the production economy entrepreneurs. It will allow Brooklyn's first new ground-up, unsubsidized manufacturing space for tech, creative, and maker sectors of the economy. It's an experiment, I must emphasize that, to induce privately built unsubsidized industrial space. And what it requires is that nearly 30% of the additional commercial manufacturing space to be for light industrial users. The zoning text amendment, and as I mentioned, covers 14 blocks and would require this 29%. The two special permits that we're applying for, one is to allow us to provide this industrial space in order to achieve additional commercial floor area, and the others are to reduce the number of parking required in the M districts. I think that the studies have shown, and I know that city planning is undertaking additional studies at the moment, that the parking requirements in M zones are way out of whack with the ability to use your land. You basically have to provide 1 square foot of parking for each square foot of development. The other reduces a loading requirement, which in this district says that if you have a mixed-use building with commercial and manufacturing, you have to treat as if the entire building were manufacturing, therefore doubling the amount of loading docks. So this sort of remedies that situation for these mixed-use buildings. As I mentioned, within the blocks of this rezoning, the EIS identified 2 sites. Those sites have to go through special permit process to avail themselves. Therefore, they have to go through the community board, borough president, city planning. So this is not an as-of-right situation. And our project has gone through that process and has received approval from both the community board and the borough president. And I think at that point, I'll be quiet.
Do you want others to speak? Or-
I'm here to answer questions on this stuff. We can go through the pretty pictures, and I'll be around. Up to you,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Well, it's up to you. You have a little bit more time, but if you don't want us to speak specifically, we'll
Oh,
get to ask
okay,
questions.
fine, and then we can go through it, and then if there are questions, I'm here.
Yeah.
Morning, Rick Parisi, Managing Partner, M. Paul Freeberger and Partners Landscape Architects, and my friend here.
I'm sorry, that got garbled.
Throwing my boards around.
Could you repeat that?
Yes, Rick Parisi.
Okay.
managing partner, and Paul Freeberger and Partners. Thank you. Landscape architects. I think what Anne-Sophie is putting up here, the first board, the community context, what we get to talk about more of the fun stuff. We're in a position here where we have a very interesting location because we're right next to Inlet Park and the future expansion of Inlet Park. We're only a block and a half or so away from McCarran Park, and that diagram indicates the connectivity to the neighborhood that we tried to create here. The other portion of this is that the building is split in two pieces, as you know, so we have this corridor. We have this pedestrianized street, and we saw that as a wonderful opportunity to create these two public plazas and then a pedestrianized street with cafes spilling out into the street, into this pedestrian space. We call it 12.5 Street. It's made up of two 7,200 square foot plazas proper, which are the public plazas, and then a little bit more than 12,000 square feet of open space that creates that connectivity there that you see in green, and which would be 12.5 Street. We have over 20 trees in the plazas. We have 3,200 square feet of planting. We have over 650 linear feet of seating, over 100 movable tables and chairs. We believe we have a very, vibrant space with strong connectivity to the neighborhood. That with the maker spaces we hope to have in the building and the office space we hope to have in the building, and the neighborhood coming and going to cafes and just enjoying these plazas that one is facing south, one is facing north. There's a rendering of the detail of one of the planted areas. We're using all pretty much industrial materials. We're using cobbles, granite slabs. We're using some brick pavers, as the building has some brick in it. The building also has steel in it. We're using some steel to make our custom bench elements. They're all very industrial in nature. This is a view from the interior looking out into the plaza. That's an aerial view looking towards towards Inlet Park. And this is a view of 12.5 Street. So we think we've created a wonderful open space here that all will, people that live in the neighborhood and people that work here will use daily. Any questions?
Thank you. I don't know if there's anyone else who wishes to speak.
Yes, Joe.
Well,
Good afternoon. I'm Joe Brancato, the managing principal at Gensler. We're a global design firm. We have the good fortune to be able to work with a lot of different clients around the world, and one of the great opportunities we've had here on this project here in Williamsburg is to be able to leverage some of the knowledge and research about how people work. This building is a building that really focused in on three main areas. One is really understanding the context that we're in. Two it was to really understand the potential tenants that could occupy this building, office tenants, maker space, light industrial space, and then also to engage the neighborhood. That was those are the three considerations that really drove the design of this project. The ground floor of the project was designed to engage the neighborhood. Rick had shared a little bit of what's happening down there with the internal street, which is very important, not just for the people that utilize the building, but for the neighborhood. Really connects the two plazas that we have on the east and the west of the building. What we did was we tried to create a building that would work really well for the way people are working. We're currently doing work for Etsy, for Blue Apron, and a number of other firms here in Brooklyn and Manhattan, but also many from around the country, around the world. And we're learning a lot. And we've taken into account the floor plate and how this works. So we created the two slip bars for the building. We slit it so we can maximize the amount of daylight that penetrates the building, and at the same time they define the plazas on the east and west side of the buildings. Those were, the facades are, we created the link with the internal street. But what was really important on the facade was we wanted to utilize and leverage the vocabulary of the neighborhood and harken back to the industrial heritage of the neighborhood. And that's what drove the selection of the materials. The brick, the steel windows, we have the punch facades on the north and south of the building, very large windows, again, trying to provide as much daylight as we could in the interior of the building. On the ends of the building, we were using curtain wall, a more modern material, but it was because we wanted to be able to share what's happening inside that building. And so it's glass from floor to ceiling on the ends of the buildings. So that gives you just a little feel. We do have some accessible terraces and roof space. So that gives you a feel for the building. We've created a building that's with large ceiling heights. Maybe if we have some of the interior shots, because as we wanted to do, we wanted to create. We also, if you look at the, if I could just take this connector of the two bars, this connector, it reduces in size as it goes down, and the purpose and the reason, the rationale for that was so that we get light deep down into this interior street. We wanted this interior street. You can see by the dimension it's wide, and it gets plenty of light down there, and that was really important to us. Not only it was important, obviously, to the building and to getting light into the building in the middle of a building, but also very important to get light down onto the interior street. So
Finish up.
this is a LEED. We are pursuing a LEED gold building. We are really very important that we create a building that's going to be good for the tenants. It's going to be great for the neighborhood, and it's going to be able to be utilized at the street level by everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Brancato. Questions for the applicant team? Let's start with Ms. De La Uz, Ms. Efron, Ms. Levin.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you all for being here. I guess the questions I have, just a couple different ones. One, just what your client's involvement was with developing the ratio between the light industrial and the commercial, if any. And then I have a couple of questions just related to the borough president's recommendations, and wondering if there's any thoughts about them, in particular, limiting the text amendment just to the address of the building versus the broader IBZ area, and ensuring that the industrial space be 20% below market, and related to nonprofit oversight of the industrial space in particular.
That's all.
That's all.
In terms of the percentage, we had worked with both city planning and the city council. They wanted, based on the city council report and city planning's initiatives, that this building become an example of how to cross-subsidize. We also were looking at the current floor area ratios in the M12 district, which go up to 4.8. And so we looked at all of those things. We looked at how, basically what development was in the area, not much in the last 20, 30 years, and came up with this ratio which sets aside 29% of the floor area between the existing 2 FAR for commercial and the 4.8. It's not an exact science. Obviously, this is an experimental building. There's tremendous risk, maybe even just on the office building side, but also now we've combined an element which cannot pay office rents and has a very limited spectrum of uses that can be placed in the light industrial space. That's what we came up with. I don't think there's a scientific way to come up with this. It's a projection of the future as to what you can get for the office space. So as we went through it and dealt with the different agencies and the different desires, we felt we came up with something that our client felt they could live with and make a go of. But I will emphasize that building like this has not been done before in New York, that this area has not seen industrial development, light or otherwise. So we think it'll be great, but there's a lot of risk in it. What was the next part of your question?
Well, the next part really speaks to the borough president's recommendations and how you and your client feels about them, since a number of them obviously would place additional conditions.
Yes, well, that places additional conditions. We are trying to make this work. In terms of it limiting it to our site, I'm not sure from a legal point of view whether you can do that, but that's set aside. This area these 14 blocks have undergone tremendous change. The number of uses and the number of real estate transactions, many longtime industrial owners sold their property. There are some, I think there are only 19 properties that are considered manufacturing industrial at this point. I know for a fact that several of them may not be at some point. So I think that obviously for us, it's very nice that everyone says that they should allow our building to go ahead. That's terrific. But we believe that the whole area needs to be stabilized. And I think city planning believes that. I think the city council land use people believe that. So we're happy to be part of that. If we are successful, and I hope we will be, and that the light industrial space is occupied and provides the synergy between the creative office tenants that we're hoping in the building, we're happy to have the 14 blocks. We think it's important to this neighborhood, not just for us, but for the future of keeping it sort of a mixed-use functioning neighborhood with industrial uses and other uses. Already you've got, I might say, maybe too many of the other uses, but so be it. The next one was the 20% below market. I'm not sure what market they're talking about.
Well, that was part of my question,
If it's 20% below our office rates, I don't think that's a problem. But in terms of the market and what's going to happen, right? So we're going to build this building. It costs a lot of money, and a portion of it is going to be open to a limited number of uses. We cannot do a Nets basketball practice facility in this space. We can't do WeWork in this space. We can't do a lot of things that you read about in the papers every day. It's really limited to the kinds of businesses that produce things, produce physical things. We can't even do streaming services or any of those things. And that was a requirement that the council was very, very concerned about. So we're limited to people who are going to produce things. Maybe they'll produce food, maybe they'll produce, skateboards. I don't know, but that's who we're limited to. How many of those people there are, we don't know. But we can only rent to those people. So if they can pay $15, then it's going to be $15. If they can pay $20, it's going to be $20. We are told that that market is, in the $12 to $15 range. I don't know whether that's true. We will find out when the building is built. But no matter what it is, that's the market that we have to deal with, and we're not going to leave it vacant. So if it's $2 a foot in order to fill it up, you know, it's probably $2 more than zero. So, so that's, you know, that's how that's going to work. I mean, if there are companies that can pay a lot more, they probably can find space now. You know, or they can find subsidized space, you know, like the Navy Yard and other places that are governmentally owned and get millions of city funds. This is private, unsubsidized creation of industrial, light industrial space, which is, this is a unique project.
So your assumption from on the light industrial from a pro forma perspective is $12 to $15
I don't do pro formas. I listen at public hearings. And at public hearings, that was what people said. I don't know what our pro forma says.
Okay.
Just before Ms. Efron and Ms. Levin, have you done, or your client done any pre-marketing of the space? So is there, have you determined the demand for either the office space, given market rents, or the industrial space?
Well, on the office space, right now, the Brooklyn office vacancy rate is essentially zero. And studies done by the Tech Triangle folks and the Brooklyn Chamber, you know, talk in the area of 3 million and up as to the space that they think can be built and absorbed over the next couple of years. So on the office end, I know that over time, there have been inquiries from companies that have ultimately gone elsewhere because we didn't have a delivery date. So that, I think, is clear. On the light manufacturing users, Toby Moskowitz, Heritage Equities, which is a partner in this, longtime roots in Williamsburg, involved with the local high school, who you mentioned earlier, and Rubenstein Partners, who manage, invested in 8.5 million square feet of space on the basically northeast coast, combined to do this, and you know, have been looking at that and listening to people. They've contacted, I think we'll have some real estate folks testifying today. So we've been told that there's tremendous demand. And certainly the Navy Yard has a waiting list, but the Navy Yard, as I said before, is a subsidized space. We're an unsubsidized space. We may have to compete with them and meet those prices in order to fill up our space. They say there are a lot of people there. The former FISA building in Brooklyn has had some difficulty, but they've marketed it to food production, which I think, you know, we can see that as something in this area. Smorgasburg, which is a big event in Brooklyn, has, you know, 200 different vendors producing stuff. So we think that there are people out there to fill the space.
Thank you. Ms. Efron and Ms. Levin.
Thank you. And I have a few questions about the manufacturing space, because what you are coming to ask us are two things. One about the public plazas, but the other is about an incentive rate manufacturing to office space. And I just want to say,
I think that's the main thing we're coming to
I just want to say that I am very supportive of increasing the amount of good manufacturing space in New York City. So please take these questions with that in mind. You mentioned that this is the first new development, and I believe that is true, but there have been major investments of capital in creating mixed-use office and manufacturing space. So one question I have is, why is new manufacturing space of this type better for manufacturers? What attributes of this space will make it better manufacturing and will attract manufacturers? Because one of the things I've noticed is that there are fewer loading docks, which is another one of the things you're asking us to make a decision about. answering that question for us, could you let us know how many tenants you anticipate being in this space and what the percentage of actual manufacturing space would be to their office space? Is the
Okay,
second question? Okay.
Okay, let's
Mhm.
go through it. One, there have been other developments, whether it's Industry City or Brooklyn Army Terminal or other developments, that have invested a lot of money. They don't have a limitation on use. They don't have a light manufacturing or manufacturing limitation, so they will take whoever they can take to fill their space. Some of them have a lot of loading docks. Empire Stores in Dumbo is just being converted into a larger number of larger size than this building, and they were approved for three loading docks. Asking why this is better, I think it is just more. We're not competing. You know, hopefully, everybody who develops the industrial space will fill up. Now, this space A is new. It has 16-foot ceilings. It has appropriate freight elevator. It has the kind of infrastructure, both from ventilation, connectivity in terms of internet, all of that stuff, which, you know, works towards making the light manufacturing, creative production economy, however you want to talk about it, be someplace that is accommodating to those kind of uses. In terms of the loading docks, we've done an analysis, not based on a textbook, but based on going and looking at Dumbo and, you know, other developments. Many of them in the older industrial buildings that have been converted have relatively few loading docks. But we've done a time of day accumulation study, which looks at how long the trucks will be there, how many trucks we expect. And we've determined that at the maximum point, I think there could be 8 trucks in an hour, and given the 20-minute, 25-minute turnaround, this works. And that's how we came up with the 3. The percentage of industrial to the rest of the building.
I don't mean to the rest, I hope that was clear. I meant, how many tenants will you have? How many tenants do you anticipate having in the manufacturing space? And
don't know.
You use the word maker as opposed to manufacturing, and there's a wide range between maker space, which does not employ that many people, and manufacturing space. So I'm just trying to get a sense of what you're hoping to have.
As I said, the space is a couple of years from coming onto the market. We are told that there is a lot of demand for this manufacturing space. Production, maker, light industry, whatever you want to call it, they have to fit into the use groups that this space is limited to. It's not our intention to take 2 people who fit into those use groups and say, we're going to rent to this one because they have 6 workers and this one, not this one because they only have 5. We don't know what that demand is. Are we going to be in a position where we're turning people away? I don't think so, but we'll see. We'll see. It's an experiment. It is the first, I keep emphasizing it, the first new light industrial manufacturing space to be built on an unsubsidized basis in decades. So you know, to go into projections and speculation, we have anecdotal, and we have the list of people who want to get into the Navy Yard. And I don't believe that some of the other spaces that I mentioned are full at the moment. So there are spaces around. we are hopeful, how many people it will be? It's probably not gonna be, we're probably not gonna be making rail cars. It'll probably be, smaller, venues. We have 64,000 square feet, which is a bit of space. And whether that, we end up with, a dozen 5,000 square foot tenants, unlikely. It'll probably be some at that size and a bunch at smaller, but it's who walks through the door.
So I don't mean to create a dialogue, and this will be the end of it, but if you plan to have 5,000 square foot tenants, you're really creating a different environment where there will have to be, I would imagine, far more hands-on management and perhaps some additional subsidies, because that's really incubator space for manufacturing. So I just put it out as a question, and perhaps you can get back to us later if that makes sense. What will you be doing to make sure this is successful manufacturing space? And that may be a question that can't be answered on this, but will you be providing full build-out of the spaces for the manufacturing tenants? Will you be distributing power for the manufacturing tenants? The needs of manufacturers are significantly different than office tenants.
Correct.
And the space, therefore, should probably be significantly different, I would imagine. I'm not sitting in your shoes, I'm just saying it sounds like to be successful, it would have to be different than office space. So I don't expect, I'm putting it out there as something that I certainly would want confidence in hearing about the project, in how it's going to be vibrant, successful manufacturing space forever, as opposed to being leased to a company that qualifies under the use code.
So you're asking us whether we are going to discriminate against people who meet the criteria of the zoning, am I hearing you correctly?
What is the developer doing, just as you're creating beautiful plazas, and we heard from your landscape architect, all of the plans, what is the plan for the manufacturing space to make sure it's high-quality space that can be leased by manufacturers who want to succeed in New York?
Okay,
Thank you.
got it.
Ms. Levin.
Well, that's essentially my question too, but then I want to continue on to the future, which is one of the topics that's been brought up in our materials here. I think it's in the Borough President's recommendation. I think you were here on Monday at our review session where we dealt with two projects of the past that have come back to haunt us because they didn't work out the way anybody thought, and they involve features that are present here. One are the Water Street arcades, where we're now talking about how to fill them in.
Had nothing to do with that.
So I hope this arcade is way more successful than that. That's not actually what I wanted to ask about. The other one was that you were here, there's a piece of industrial space that somehow just got forgotten over on Gansevoort Street. There's a restrictive declaration that said in a residential building, this was supposed to be industrial space, recorded against the property, and lo and behold, it's been built out as a restaurant. So we're now asked to figure out what to do about industrial space that did get preserved. Now, this is obviously a totally different scale, but it got forgotten about and wasn't successful as industrial space when the existing tenant moved out, and we're left facing the inevitable departure of another piece of industrial space that we tried to preserve. We've been trying to do this for a very long time. So there have been some suggestions through the materials that we received, including in particular in the Borough President's recommendation about enforcement mechanisms for this industrial space. So as Commissioner Efron has asked, how can we be sure this really is industrial space? I'd like to go one step further and ask, assuming we tenanted up successfully, how can we enforce its perpetuation as industrial space? And it seems to me the suggestions of some form of independent administering agent are pretty well placed. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, I think that this, well, first of all, this is 64,000 square feet of space. And this is in an IBZ where there's a local group that's, I guess, funded to be on top of what's happening in the IBZ. And the Department of Buildings, I know that my clients get stop work orders quite regularly when people call 311. I think that the borough president, the local council person, the local community board are going to be looking at this building carefully. And I guess I disagree to some extent that the building department is unable to come in and issue violations. We are going to be entering into a restrictive declaration. There is going to be a specific space on a floor plan that has to be for these uses. And if we want to move them around, we have to come back and, switch that, because we are assuming that companies that start up in this space may get bigger, and that there may be some moving around in the building, and we would have to modify that plan. We're pretty confident that there are eyes on this. It's not something that's going to slip through the cracks, and that the building department does have the mechanisms and does enforce things, whether it's a 311 call or a call from a councilman's office or someone else. So I think that it's there. Obviously, if it's violated, we've created additional space because of it, and I assume that space will be taken away from us. We will have to close it down, which has happened now and again, not that often, but has happened where if you violate the thing that gives you the additional space, you are precluded from using it until you cure it. So there are mechanisms, there are serious enforcement abilities on the part of the city. Now I think about overlaying this, and I go back to the experimental and first of its kind and tremendous risk and all of those things, and starting to add layers. I mean, the borough president is talking about adding SBS and adding a layer of some not-for-profit, I don't know, but adding a bunch of, and you can't sign a lease until they sign off on it. All it does is make this much more difficult for something that is an experiment. If it works, terrific. If it works so well that you want to, the next time you have this kind of zoning before you. I mean, we're only talking about a couple of sites within this 14 blocks that can even avail themselves of this. And assuming that it's successful, fine. Assuming that it's not successful, you're not going to do it again, or you'll do it differently. So I'm not one that discounts the building department, because our practice, we do a lot of work with signage people who get violations all the time. We do a lot of work with developers who the next door neighbor calls 311. I mean, I don't believe, we represent people with illegal conversions. The building department somehow finds out about them and gives you stop work orders and issues violations. So I am less, I'm not one of the people who think that the building department and the New York City's enforcement mechanisms are so out of whack that if someone is looking, and this is something that you're not going to miss. So, if people are looking, they're very concerned about this, we're going to be reaching out, all over the place to try and get tenants. I mean, we're going to be asking local, besides the normal real estate brokerage community, we'll be looking for local people and referrals from local nonprofits. So there's going to be a lot of people with eyes on this, and a city enforcement mechanisms that can be brought to bear.
Mr. Reade, then Ms. Ortiz.
Hi, Ray.
And then Mr. Kent.
Two quick questions for you. In reading through the material and listening to the presentations, it sounds to me like, other than the 64,000 square feet of manufacturing space, most of it will be office/retail. Is that correct?
Yes, most of it is going to address the growing, media, technology. I mean, those categories which are the 21st century growth industries.
Right. And then my second question has to do with the design of the building, and it kind of dovetails on Commissioner Efron's question. In regards to the building itself, leaving aside the build-out of the space for this particular tenants, is there any difference in the design for the spaces that are intended to be for manufacturing versus the other commercial spaces? The base building itself, is there any difference?
I will have to defer to
Okay.
the architect, so.
Okay, if you can just get back to us.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Ms. Ortiz?
Hi.
Hi.
You've mentioned a few times this is experimental.
Yes.
You know, the ratio itself is something that, you know, is a little bit of a educated guess. And
We
you
hope
know-
it's educated.
You know, I was once told that, you know, enforcement only matters when things don't go right. And so, you know, given that there are a lot of underlying assumptions here that we can't, that are untested at this time, you know, and that, you know, there's financing, essentially, that, and underwriting that's going to need to be comfortable with some of these assumptions. You said earlier on that, you know, if this space needs to be leased at $2 a square foot because that's the only way you're going to fill it, that might be what you have to do. But I presume that your underwriting and your, you know, financial institutions that are financing this would have some issues with that. You know, within this process, there are often, I guess the question is, what happens if we need a mid-course correction? You know, how does that, how might that happen?
We can't change anything, right? The special permits define the space, they define the use groups. And as I said, it's an experiment. Let us assume that, let us take a negative view, all right? That somehow we can't rent the space for any amount, right? We could come back through the process to modify the permit and come back through the community board and come back to modify it. Those things have happened before. I was involved in this project called Domino, which the commission gave approval to, and then it came back right at the beginning of this administration to change because the initial approvals, I don't know whether they were unbuildable or unpalatable or whatever. But we don't expect that to happen. Obviously, you know,
No
the
one
Rubenstein
expects
Partners
that to
is a major investment management company. They've looked at this. Toby Moskovitz has strong roots in this community. She knows everybody. She knows a lot of the producers here, the people who might end up renting space here. So we don't expect that to happen. We don't expect it to be $2 a foot. All that I'm saying when I said that was that we're limited to leasing that space to a defined group of users, and that those uses, you know, I don't want to read through them. You can read through them in the zoning. You know, a lot of them, you know, are antiquated, not anything that anybody's doing today, and the ones that could go in here are relatively limited, and we're constrained by that. We bought into it, so I'm not saying we didn't, but it's we're hoping that it works out well. But that's why it's an experiment. I mean, you know, other manufacturing zones don't have those restrictions. So we're not only are we creating space, spending a lot of money to do that, but then we're, you know, and we do get additional commercial space. I'm not saying we don't, but that particular light manufacturing space is not the kind of condition anybody else has. So it's a constraint, and you know, we're gonna live with it, and we think we can make it work.
I think we all are hoping that it works. I guess the question is what happens in the event that there's a hardship claim that's legitimate, and you know, what do we do?
We'll be back here to see you.
Presumably. And you know, you answered that question, so you are, another question I had, which is, You know, are you anticipating a rent differential between these two uses in order to fill the building?
Oh,
And that's an
absolutely.
underlying assumption.
Oh,
Okay.
absolutely. No,
Yeah.
the office space
So-
will be, we don't expect to be able to rent the light manufacturing space for anything, you know, near what the office space can afford to pay. It is clearly a cross-subsidy initiative. We do cross-subsidies in residential. They were optional until recently, when they're not so optional. And so this is on a commercial basis doing a cross-subsidy, which is also unique. So it has a lot of aspects so the word experiment is not a made-up thing. It really is. It has a lot of those aspects to it. It's the right area, we believe, given what's happened there, given what could happen. The worker population surrounding this all get on the L train and they go to work at Google in Manhattan. You know, we believe that they'll come here on their bicycles. So, you know, there's an educated worker population that can become the employees of these buildings, and we're hoping that the office tenants will come here because their workers will be here. There are a lot of things going for it, but it first unsubsidized, new ground-up office building with industrial. I mean, I go through those over and over again. So I'm
Thank you.
here,
No,
I'm
you answered
here,
my
I'm
question.
here,
Thank you.
you know, telling you that this is not a, we're hoping it'll be a slam dunk, but certainly, you know, looking at it from this perspective, there are a lot of unknowns and things that we're all gonna find out. We're all gonna find out.
Thank you.
Mr. Cantor.
Thank you. Your clients visit Las Vegas frequently?
I don't know. No, they don't. I know Philadelphia, occasional trip to Israel. I don't know.
The reason I ask is, I don't recall a counselor to an organization ever painting as bleak a picture as you've been painting, and I'm wondering if they're gonna reassess their risk evaluation.
They might, or they might get a new land use council.
Now, but on that same subject, is this gonna be built as one, or is it in two pieces?
One.
You put both buildings up at the same time?
Well, they're not really both buildings. They're connected in the middle, starting on the third floor. They're connected, and so there's an inverted, it's hard to see, there's an inverted pyramid in the middle. So that on the lower floors, where we expect to have the smaller startup kind of companies, that central space is a common commissary and fax machine. Faxes arrived. I was told that there's no longer such a thing. Emails and copiers and whatever. And then as you go up, obviously the two bars become more connected. So at the top, you know, if you had a single user, right, the sort of an anchor tenant at the top, they could have basically a connected whole floor, because the center, the top of the inverted pyramid would take up, you know, 3/4 of the space between the two. So it's really one building.
Okay, so it's one building.
On the ground,
I
if you look
understand.
at the ground floor, it looks like it's two, but they're connected once you get up a little bit.
Did I hear you correctly? There are going to be designated areas of the building for the light manufacturing?
We have to designate, in order to get the special permit, the plans have to show the square footage that you're setting aside.
And where it
And
is?
therefore, and it's
where
on
it is?
it's on the second and third floor.
Okay.
And what we discussed with city planning, the Department of City Planning, is obviously as the space is rented, and it goes to another question as to whether this is unique space or not. we want to have the ability, as those companies grow, to move them around. And maybe they'll end up on the 4th floor, I don't know. But every time that we do that, we have to show that on the set of plans, show that on the plans to the building department as to what space, at least 64,000 square feet, is for those limited number of uses. So, and in fact, that goes to another, just reminded me, in terms of enforcement, whatever. We intend to report every time we get a lease, how many square feet it is, what use group the company is, so that people can have that, whether it's city councilman, borough president, can have the knowledge of what's going on there, and they can go and look at the list of companies on the directory in the base of the building, make sure that that company's there, and, you know, can go upstairs and see that it actually is. So we're trying to be as transparent as possible without adding layers of bureaucracy on top of what you say is a very bleak picture.
So what I'm hearing from you is you've got 64,000 square feet of floating area.
Yes, initially we've put it on the plans.
So then the answer to the commissioner's question with respect to loading,
Yes.
I would imagine you're going to take the heavier live load, the
Yes.
heaviest live load you anticipate,
Yes.
and spread it out over the whole building because
Yes.
you don't know where the flexibility will be required.
That's correct.
Okay.
Ms. Levin?
As long as we're talking about experimental things, I'd like to ask an architectural question. Because the last time we were asked to do, spectacular, iconic building, obviously different scale, but similarly path-breaking, is One Vanderbilt. And when we did the text amendment for that, there was included in the text a requirement for special, wonderful sustainability features, including, I think, really focused on energy efficiency. Why shouldn't this building, or is this building also a flag bearer for superb sustainability in building design? And if it isn't, how much more would it take to make it be that? Because it seems to me if we're doing these, I mean, as long as we're making your hard job even harder, shouldn't this also be a frontier of excellent commercial and industrial design on the sustainability front?
Well, what it'll take, first of all, is 22 FAR.
I don't think
I-
quite. I think
No,
the world,
I will let others speak.
I
know
think we
that-
got a few projects in the Bronx that can show you
No, we,
that is possible, and I think it should be an aspiration.
Yes, we're looking for LEED Gold, and other people can step up and tell us
Thank you.
about everything.
Thank you. It is, we are pursuing LEED Gold for the building.
I don't care about the label so much, about how you
Absolutely.
really make it wonderful.
We want to make it wonderful. This whole building, the premise for this building is to make it right for the users. We want to enrich the user's experience through the power of design, and hopefully that's what's going to be accomplished here. A few things are, it's just the organization of the floor plate, whether it's for the, and that's why we showed, the interior renderings of manufacturing and of office, because we want that to be a driver. That's been a driver for what we tried to accomplish here with this building. The natural light, the quarter window depths, that's really important. The trying to get the slab-to-slab heights of 16 feet. And you don't get that in buildings. Even the old industrial buildings are not. Many of them are not. You don't get that kind of a slab height. So we've really, and that costs money, but we've really pushed for that. The systems, the mechanical systems, we're focused in with the engineer Cosentini to create the most efficient systems we can. We've created outdoor space. And we get the terraces. I know maybe it may think it's an iconic building, but we never did this just to be an iconic building. We did this to create a building that would work well in this community, leverage the vocabulary of the materials. We broke down the massing by having the stepped facade. We shifted it a little bit, again, so it wasn't such a big, heavy, blocky building. So these are things, but it also did good things for us, for the tenants on the inside, in terms of light, outdoor space, terrace, we got some roof space, creating spaces for the people, not only in the neighborhood, but in the building to go down to utilize. In many ways, you know, the building, in many ways, the area is really a live and play area, and we want to make this a live, work, and play area. And this building, we hope, is doing a little bit of that as well. So we do get the, you know, the work environment here next to the whole neighborhood where they can access neighborhood of the retail, not just in our building, but in the neighborhood. They can access the park. I mean, the reason for the interior street was because we wanted to connect the two plazas, but really, we also wanted, we have some, this, I can't imagine this not being successful because eventually there's a lot to go to through this building, right? You got on this property, we have the plazas, but we also have, you know, the future park, the waterfront.
Mr. Brancato,
Yeah.
with all due respect,
Yeah, I think it was a specific energy
It was a
question.
very specific question regarding sustainability and energy, and I just suggest you look at it
Yes.
and respond to it
The
as a
systems,
follow-up matter.
Take a look at the
Take a
standard
look
that's
at
in the
what-
text of 1 Vanderbilt. Your lawyer can help you
And
find it.
also, you know, city standards for
Yeah.
what the city is requiring on
80 by 50.
its own buildings, and also with respect to subsidized buildings that the city is putting money into. So I just suggest you look at that.
we'll provide
Thank you.
the information and the systems.
Thank you. Ms. Efron, and I'm sorry, you finished, Ms. Levin?
Yes,
For the
I am.
moment?
I'm done.
Ms. Efron, and then Ms. Ortiz.
I apologize for coming back. I'll be very brief. I'm just a little bit concerned when there was a discussion about moving around the manufacturing space. Would the length of lease be, has there been any market determination of what the length of lease would be for the manufacturers? Because that would certainly factor into an assessment of whether this was quality manufacturing space or not.
Just to make it clear, the applicant would have to, if they were going to shift the location of the manufacturing space, would have to come back here for a minor mod.
Terrific. Well, that's all I need to hear.
It would be.
Thank you.
It would have to be a considered judgment as opposed to
Thank you.
a checkerboard action. Ms. Ortiz.
One question that we haven't discussed, and, you know, the interior arcade and sort of the impact that might have on the street. You know, clearly you're aiming to get the majority of pedestrians through your building. Could you speak briefly to what this impact might have on the street, and, you know, how the retail will interface with the streets versus the arcade?
Well, 12th Street will have stores on it, whether those retailers go through, you know, one retailer having entrances on both the street and inside in the arcade. I mean, so there are a whole series of retailers on 12th Street. This is all retail. How that gets broken up depends on who the tenants are. So someone can be here and have entrances both sides, or it can be split. So this is a very active street. Everything's leading to the park. Obviously, in this space, you've got the elevator banks, so people who work in the building will be coming through this space, and people who are in the plazas can move through the space. 13th Street has some retail, but is a less active street. We have the loading docks here, we have the entrance to the garage here, so there are some interruptions. And this is a street that goes in this direction, so it's a dead end. But there are retailers here that also can be accessed from both the streets.
But they can then also choose to not activate the entrance on the street side?
Up to the tenant. I don't see why they wouldn't want to do that. These streets are very active. I don't know whether you've been to Williamsburg lately, but over here is Brooklyn Bowl. Over
I
here is the
understand. No,
Wild
you
West.
answered my question. Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
Any other questions for the applicant team? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have many speakers who are here in support and in opposition, and so what we are going to do as we typically do is have a half an hour for each, and given the length of the applicant team's presentation, we will start with those in opposition. And the first speaker is Steve Chesler.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and the Commissioners. I am representing the Friends of Bushwick Inlet Park. We're an open space advocacy group based in Greenpoint, Williamsburg, that basically was formed to fulfill the failures and unfulfilled commitments out of the 2005 rezoning in Greenpoint and Williamsburg. Recently, the Broken Promises Bill was introduced into the City Council. Public Advocate Letitia James declared promises must be promises kept, particularly when it comes to community benefits for New Yorkers. Said Council Speaker Melissa Mark Viverito, city government must be transparent and accountable to the constituencies it serves. Council member Rafael L. Espinal Jr. brought it home saying, previous rezonings have led to empty promises. Take Bushwick Inlet Park, for example, where a promised park continues to sit in an empty lot. That's why he's proud to join the Speaker and Public Advocate to introduce legislation that ensures promises made are promises kept in every neighborhood rezoning. In 2005, the City of New York approved the rezoning of 185 blocks on the Greenpoint and Williamsburg waterfront. This rezoning, which was enacted over the objection of Community Board 1 and many community groups, came with promises for new space, new affordable housing, and other improvements. The central promise for open space was the creation of a 27-acre park at Bushwick Inlet on the East River, where Williamsburg and Greenpoint meet. It was designed and mapped, and the City Council approved it, including then Councilman de Blasio. As a result of 2005 rezoning and a booming real estate market throughout North Brooklyn, our community has seen over 18,000 new or rehabilitated housing units since 2005. The city's own environmental impact statement from 2005 identified Bushwick Inlet Park as a primary mitigation for what would otherwise be a massive decrease in per capita open space for North Brooklynites. The net result of this rezoning is now we have less open space per person than we did a decade ago. Friends of Bushwick Inlet Park believes that this text amendment will bring even more people to our park-deprived waterfront. The 25 Kent Avenue developer of The Generator predicts their development alone will account for at least 1,500 new people to the area on a daily basis. This property is directly across the street from Bushwick Inlet Park and stands to benefit enormously from that close proximity, especially increased property value, not to mention the fantastic views of the Manhattan skyline, which all New Yorkers should have access to, not just market-rate building tenants. Friends of Bushwick Inlet Park believes the city should look into mechanisms to leverage new development in the area to help fund open space commitments. Mayor de Blasio has proposed the BQX, which coincidentally will run right past Bushwick Inlet. The increased property tax revenue model could be applied to fund the purchase and construction of the park. Because of failed rezoning commitments, Friends of Bushwick Inlet Park calls a moratorium on any discretionary land use actions, rezonings, text amendments, special permits, and variances for Greenpoint Williamsburg until the city lives up to its promise, wrapping up of the 2005 rezoning and to the people of CB1 Brooklyn and New York City and acquire the city storage site, the last but central piece of Bushwick Inlet Park as expeditiously as possible through eminent domain or other means. Developers already have and continue to reap huge benefits from this rezoning, but the community has yet to realize their benefit that was promised in exchange. And
Thank
now
you,
more
Mr.
development benefits are on the table.
Thank you, Mr. Chesler. Okay. Questions for Mr. Chesler? Ms. Delos.
Mr. Chesler, could you just highlight, I know that there's been some recent movement as it relates to commitments for the park. Can you just briefly highlight what the status is?
Yes, approximately 16 acres of the now 27-acre, land that was mapped as a park has been acquired. The Bayside lot was just closed in March, and so the remaining parcel is with the former city storage lot that is still for sale, and community's pressing the city to fulfill their promise.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Emmanuel Tanis. Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Good afternoon, Commissioner,
My name is Emmanuel Tanis, a commercial officer cleaning, a Brooklyn resident for 30 years, and a union member. And I am here to testify on behalf of my union, SEIU thereto BJ, represents 70,000 building service workers across the city. We work in residential and commercial building in the 5 boroughs. My union works hard to ensure that new development create high-quality building service jobs. This is why I'm here today. I want to use Heritage Equity to commit that it will create a high-quality building service job that provide industry standard, wage and benefit access to training, retirement, security, and opportunity for career advancement. This is important for my reason. The development at 25 Kent is a part of the largest application to create a 14-block and asset business area, where projects like Heritage Equity property may become more commonplace. We need to make sure that we create a strong example in this project because it will set the standard of other commercial and industrial projects in the district. This is especially important in Brooklyn and Williamsburg area. Our communities are getting more and more expensive, and it is becoming very difficult for low-income and middle-class people like 32 BJ members to afford to live in the neighborhood. Meanwhile, there is a likewise trend driving commercial development in Brooklyn, where developers want to build commercial so residents can both live and work in buildings. This is what working people like me want to, but we can only continue to live in Brooklyn if we have a job that makes it affordable for us to do so. This is a life work option should not be something only wealthy people with the highest paid job at 25 can afford. This is why this project needs to create good quality jobs that will allow working people to afford what they call Brooklyn, a New York home city. My union job has made this possible for me. I live in Brooklyn, and I am able to support my kids nowadays in college and provide them with the medical if they get here. Without the union, this will not be the case for me. Let's be sure that these are a kind of job that will be created at 25K. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tanis. Any questions for Mr. Tanis? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next speaker is Leah Archibald.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello. Here.
Good afternoon.
So, my name's Leah Archibald, and I'm the Executive Director of Evergreen. We're the local development corporation that works with businesses in industrial North Brooklyn. We are supportive of the mixed commercial manufacturing concept and believe that it is done correctly. It will achieve its goal of limiting manufacturing land loss and building even more commercial space to meet the demand. We very much appreciate the innovative approach that Heritage Equities and the Department of City Planning has undertaken in developing this model, but nevertheless, we have a few concerns. This project and, the enhanced business district proposal are precedent-setting, not just for the Greenpoint Williamsburg IBZ, not just for this address, but for the city as a whole. Once the text amendment is written, any developer anywhere that has space that complies with this can ask to have it mapped on his or her property. So, I know we're talking about it in the context of North Brooklyn and North Brooklyn impacts, but it really is the potential for citywide impact. And that's why I think it's imperative that we really get this correct, we get it right. So I think that both the community board and Borough President Adams had some really thoughtful recommendations in their recommendation, the product of their recommendations to you guys. I think that, let's see, the potential for SBS oversight, maybe appointing an administrative agent, use group limitations, signage, the expansion of, and then, of course, expansion of some sort of an opportunity for businesses in the adjacent M11 area to grow without a ULURP action, I think are, among the things that I think are really well thought out. I'll just share with you our organization's primary concerns. We're concerned about the affordability of the manufacturing space. I know the applicant mentioned that, if it's $12 to $15 a square foot, which is kind of what the affordable market is, for straight up manufacturing, folks that aren't a brewery with like a tasting room, but like for straight up production work, that is the market. So for it to really work for manufacturing, it really does need to be priced about that level. That's really important. I think the monitoring and enforcement is important. The Department of Buildings is not really equipped to do the monitoring enforcement. They can, take a look at the restrictive declaration, and certainly while their building permits are active, they have a role, but they don't necessarily afterwards. So I think that's an important thing for you guys to consider. And then, in closing, for the property owners that are right outside of the subject area, we're personally acquainted with folks that would really, truly build up and expand their working class jobs if given the opportunity. And I'd like you guys, not necessarily to hitch that wagon to this train, but we'd like you guys to really consider some other sort of special permit for those folks.
Thank you, Ms. Archibald. I would just note, Ms. Archibald, as you well know, the department is engaged in a North Brooklyn industrial study that will look at some of the issues outside of this zone that you've raised. So, questions for Ms. Archibald? Ms. Delos?
Leah, how are you? Thanks for being
I'm
here.
well. Happy to be here.
Good. On the monitoring enforcement, can you talk a little bit more about that? Because I think you obviously heard, the applicant's counsel speak to the fact that there's a belief that there's sufficient, and maybe talk a little bit, you already touched on a piece about the Department of Buildings, maybe not being equipped to deal with this kind of monitoring and enforcement, but maybe unpack that a little bit more, and what role, and obviously the borough president spoke specifically to the possibility of a more mission-oriented organization such as yours, potentially playing a role in this, and what kind of value add do you think it would bring to something new like this?
Well, the borough president's recommendation for that really comes out of the affordable housing model, right? Mm-hmm. So, when, you've got you're a private developer, you're creating affordable units, they contract with an administrative agent, a local nonprofit organization that's been certified by HPD to market the space, vet the tenants, make sure that they comply, and, get those units populated. Additionally, they'll do an annual,
Certification.
Yeah. I don't speak housing. Thank you for that. So I think that's a pretty interesting and workable analog for this situation. Obviously, Department of Buildings and or SBS for that matter, is not really staffed to do this work. But, could a local mission-based nonprofit, simply attest to that or help market the space? That's probably a reasonable solution. I have other colleagues here that will recommend other interventions, but I'm a practical person. My board members are practical men and women. We feel like this is probably a good way, a replicable way to make this happen. It doesn't require millions of dollars in city capital. There's a model for it with the city, and it's replicable.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Archibald? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Deborah Meslow.
Good afternoon, thank you. I'm Deborah Meslow. I'm an industrial business service provider from BOC, the Business Outreach Center Network. As an industrial business service provider for Queens West, Manhattan, and Brooklyn East, BOC is dedicated to providing reliable assistance on a broad range of business matters to help businesses grow, ultimately saving and creating living wage jobs for New Yorkers. We would like to share our concerns about the application for a special permit for 25 Kent Avenue. Although 25 Kent Avenue is not a part of our service area, we are concerned at what might happen in the other IBZ areas of New York City if this precedent is set. It is imperative that this is done correctly in order to achieve the goal of growing commercial space along with the active manufacturing zone space. Manufacturing jobs are high-paying jobs, and most of the workers are a large part of the immigrant population who cannot get good-paying jobs by going through the traditional route by utilizing U.S. college degrees to advance their careers. Due to the high cost of doing business in New York City and the lack of industrial space in which to expand, we have been losing many industrial companies to neighboring states. We want to keep what is here and allow these good-paying businesses to grow. If we do not protect what we still have and it is utilized for something different, we will never get it back. Housing and commercial space command higher rents. It has been shown that as a result of speculation, rents in surrounding areas increase, basically forcing industrial businesses out of their respective locations since their rent increases as well. Another concern is that due to the nature of industrial companies, deliveries of raw material and shipping of finished product, we need to make sure the industrial space in these mixed-use buildings is kept low level and the necessary shipping docks are in place in order to allow the industrial businesses to be able to operate efficiently. Industrial benefits such as IDA and ICAP tax abatement should be tied to the performance of the space allotted to industrial use. If a project such as 25 Kent Avenue is to work, it needs to be carefully monitored to make sure the manufacturing space is kept at these affordable rates. To make sure this happens, one idea is to utilize nonprofits in said service areas to monitor these mixed-use buildings. We also need to make sure these mixed-use buildings retain the industrial usage should the building be sold. As you can see, there are several points that have not been addressed and will not be addressed until this is in the ground. Before we do this in other areas, we need to utilize 25 Kent Avenue as a test case and not just the start of a new type of use in industrial M-zone property. We thank you for allowing us to give testimony at this hearing.
Thank you, Ms. Meslow. Ms. Efron.
You mentioned the apportionment of IDA benefits according to how much industrial space there is. I'm not familiar enough to know whether that is not the case. Do you have reason to believe that the entire building would get IDA benefits with only a portion being manufacturing?
I am not sure, but I want to make sure that any kind of incentives that are given for industrial space are based on the industrial space in the building. If I'm not mistaken, I think the percentage is 19% or 19.5% of industrial space in this particular building. And I don't, that's not going to work for every building that they try to do. So I just want to make sure that, each building is on a case-by-case basis.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't hear your entire testimony, but as you heard Mr. Levin testify earlier in the applicant team, they indicated that they're not getting any subsidy for this project, including, as far as we understand it, any IDA benefits whatsoever.
I know, but again, we don't know what kind of a precedent this is setting, and I'm just trying to make sure that all of our bases are covered.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, one question.
I'm sorry, Ms. Meslow? There's a question from Ms. Ortiz.
Quick question. You mentioned ideally industrial space be kept low level. Do you mean on a lower floor?
Yeah, because,
Okay. No, that was my...
Oh, no, I just
Yeah,
meant
yeah.
on a lower floor because it takes time to fill up freight elevators, to empty freight elevators, and it's much more efficient to be on a lower level than up on top.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And just to that point, you know that at least at 25 Kent, the manufacturing industrial space is designated for the second and third floor. It's-
And, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, that's good, but he also said that they're looking at possibly expanding, if, you know, if they might use other space in the building for it.
They'd have to come back to city planning.
Right, so I just wanted to make you aware that, okay?
Yep, thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Barika Williams. He's the man.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to testify. My name is Barika Williams. I'm the Deputy Director at the Association for Neighborhood and Housing Development, ANHD. This past November, the de Blasio administration, in partnership with City Council, took a crucial step forward with the announcement of a new industrial policy that committed to preserving and expanding the city's industrial sector, a key source of good jobs through the 5 boroughs. This is something that ANHD, the Pratt Center, and many industrial stakeholders have been advocating for over the past 2 years, and we were very pleased to see this come to fruition. I'm going to speak specifically about sort of a broader process question, which is, while the special permits being requested here are specifically for 25 Kent Avenue, the zoning application that has been drafted creates a citywide text for mixed-use industrial and commercial development. It is critical to acknowledge and for this commission to understand that this is not simply a zoning for 25 Kent, the site, but and not just for the surrounding 14 blocks, that this is an application that will create a new industrial land use tool that is available across the city. And to correct the applicant's counsel, the community board approved the special permit. The community board rejected the text amendment. So there's already a tension in understanding what people are comfortable with and which scale people are comfortable with. The city's own written statements and verbal statements make it unclear whether the ultimate goal is a single site that is a pilot or a citywide action. So specifically, in a letter from DCP Chair Weisbrod, who specifically said, and I'm quoting this part, the application for 25 Kent is to facilitate a private commercial building, end quote, which suggests that it's an individual site application. However, in the environmental assessment statement itself, it says, quote, the proposed zoning text amendment would be a citywide action that would be mapped elsewhere in the city. As such, it is possible that the new enhanced business areas facilitated by the proposed zoning text amendment could be mapped elsewhere to spur the development of buildings with a desirable floor area mix of commercial and business enhancing uses. So this language makes it clear that there is a citywide precedent that is being set here in this text. And I would emphasize that in our conversation, we have heavily so far talked about the site, the renderings of the site, the architecture, which are all critical and important, and something that as often as you feel like you might have seen ANHD before you, we normally are not a part of site conversations, but there is a citywide scale to this also. And we'd point specifically to thinking about the mixed-use zoning, which started out as an individual site application and ended up being a citywide landslide for the mix of residential into industrial areas.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Just to note that there are sort of 3 levels here. One is the proposed mapping of a 14-block area, but anything that would occur, assuming that mapping was approved, anything that would occur would require a separate action and a special permit. And so 25 Kent is here pursuant not just to the mapping, but also a special permit, as any other site would be required to do and come back for. And then it would require yet another action to extend this mapping to any other part of the city.
So for clarification, and a site outside of these 14 blocks in 25 Kent, could a site come and be both mapped and apply for their special permit within a single zoning item? I know they get clumped together. Yes,
Presumably,
okay.
but it would require a mapping and a special
And
permit
together.
specific to that particular development and site. If, neither of which, obviously, other than the 14 block areas before us at the moment. Ms. Delausse, then Ms. Ortiz.
Am I allowed to respond to that? I know it wasn't a question.
It's not a question, but you'll be able to,
Okay.
you're clever enough to respond to Ms. Delausse's question and respond. So I have every confidence in you, Ms. Williams.
I have every confidence in Brika's ability to do that as well. So can you maybe unpack the concern a little bit more? I mean, what is it about what we're talking about as it relates to Kent that you think may or may not apply on a broader scale?
Right. And I think some of this has been raised in some of the conversation we've heard, right? Pilots are experiments. Many of you all do development in different ways. Our nonprofit developers are very used to often being the pilot. They do the deals that are complicated, that have different sources, that bring in a community facility that nobody wanted to think about. HPD sometimes doesn't love it because we take a little bit more work, but it's more complex, right? And I think everybody recognizes that when you're a pilot, you're paving the way, right? But the question is when a pilot goes to policy, right? And policy is something that is done at scale. And it moves through a process, right? And you all have been through a marathon couple of days of hearings around MIH. That's policy, right? Once we're done, we're done. Everybody knows the rules. They follow the rules. We've thought about it meticulously over time. We've had time to come back as I think it was Commissioner Levin or Efron was talking about. We've had time to sort of come back and say, here are the lessons learned. Here's how we would adapt the pilot in order to make it effective policy, right? And the challenge is that there is no dam in between the pilot that is being applied and the policy that is the citywide text that's going to happen, because they are both married in this application, and there's really no way for us to say, in this individual development with this developer, we feel very comfortable that they are going to think about enforcement because people know this developer, they have a relationship with the community, they have a relationship with their industrial business provider. But there are plenty of other people who do not, and are they necessarily going to follow the same rules? And do we want to necessarily put in force and put in place saying that they need to, right? So I think that that's some of the tensions.
Ms. Ortiz.
So I actually had the same question, but I'd pose it again because I feel like it wasn't quite answered. What are the policy concerns then? Can you, speak to the top few that we should be considering?
So I think I will, I would say one of them that you're probably going to hear and that I think has been brought up is the ratios, right? So in many ways, the ratios and the real estate analysis that backs this is based on a single site. It has not been made public. We do not know the numbers. I know I don't want to quote anyone incorrectly, but I believe we were told that the $12 to $14 industrial uses price point was definitely not the price point of the manufacturing space on this site, right? So then that
I mean, previous.
well, I believe Leah Archibald was saying, $12, $14 is about what manufacturing businesses can often afford. We hear that from folks in Mazpath and folks in the South Bronx, right, as sort of citywide. That's very different than what we've understood is going to be the price point of the manufacturing space in the pro forma. We've never seen it, so we're not quite sure. It's also, right, where the ratios are also structured based on that there is no acquisition price in this, right? So if you were acquiring the property, would you be able to do this? It's also structured on commercial rents for Williamsburg, which is vastly different than commercial rents in Mazpath, right? So there's sort of a question of, is this the right ratio for this area? That's a conversation. Is this the right ratio for the rest of the city? Is an entirely different conversation, one that we have not analyzed and looked at all, that I would venture to say, based on real estate, would be very hard to say, this is transportable to somewhere else. And is there going to be the willingness from city planning to have to go through the process of a text amendment that has a different ratio for 15 different sites if there are people in different places, right? So I just before coming in, heard a developer or a property owner from someone outside of these 14 blocks mention to the applicant, I'd like to do this as well, let's have a conversation, right? So there are already people interested in queuing this up in other places, and we're going to potentially allow that going forward before we even know whether this pilot is a successful model. As you all were raising, what happens if they get to a point and they say, we can't fill our industrial space, we're going to BSA, we're getting a modification to allow us to not do the industrial space, and now these areas have been green-lighted with the purpose of preserving industrial, and that is entirely gone in the process, even though it has already been allowed and permitted. And that is a central part that the community, that the industrial providers, that I believe the city planning and city council feel is central to it being something that is viable and successful, right?
Any other questions for Ms. Williams?
Can I just clarify something?
Sure.
Though? You know, you mentioned concern about the ratios, and you know these ratios are predicated against certain assumptions that perhaps can't be applied at the citywide level. You know, are you suggesting that there be, I don't know, flexibility in the ratios as they're written in the text, and that, you know, each time this is mapped, that question needs to be answered again?
So, and I guess this is where it's a little bit difficult, right? If it was a single site, we'd sort of negotiate the ratio based on the site, not we, you all. I don't do that. But if it was citywide, what we have sort of as a city taken as a tactic based on MIH is that we come up with a set of frames and you apply the option that is most appropriate to you. Now, we've all been through a long years process on that, and you know, I was right there in it too, so it's a little bit hard to think about going through that again. But that being said, everyone had the information and the analysis and the numbers behind how we came to those ratios and how we came to the affordability levels, the affordability set-asides, what the percentages would be, what area was likely to take which options. And so we can kind of say to folks in different neighborhoods across the city, you can expect X in this area, you can expect MIH this in this area. And that way there's sort of a little bit of predictiveness, right? Right now, I mean, you could take parts of Queens, parts of the South Bronx, those are some of the neighborhoods that have the highest industrial employment, 13 to 14, 15% in the Bronx, and 14 to 17, 18%, I think, in central Queens. And in those areas, you might be looking at sort of a loss of industrial space by doing this, because there's really commercial uses, industrial restricted uses, and as of right industrial uses, which also can be commercial, right? So we could be sort of, in Greenpoint, Williamsburg, they're facing a flood of commercial. Not everyone is faced with that. And so is a commercial industrial hybrid an answer for somebody that doesn't have a commercial influx problem? Right.
Well, just to that point, I mean, yes, there was a significant amount of work that was done, as you say, on MIH and creating a database that hardly limited the debate about what was appropriate. But to that point, and it sounds, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it sounds like you are supportive of this particular application, special permit for this particular site, and have some questions about the broader applicability to the 14-block area. But to the question of the experimental nature of it and learning from experience, wouldn't it make sense, therefore, to see how this plays out, not just on one site, but on potentially, we only know of potentially 3 sites in this 14-block area, and that would inform the debate and discussion in a very practical way?
So I would say we are supportive with the reservations as expressed by Leah Archibald for the individual site. I think we'd have sort of a broader set of thoughts of the 14 blocks because there's been a lot of conversation with the developer of this site, and there's an understanding of the intentions of the 25 Kent Avenue development team. There isn't an understanding of the other couple of developers that I've heard mentioned in the other 14 blocks. I think the question and the concern would be there hasn't been any commitment expressed by the city, by planning, to say that this is a pilot. We're going to let a couple of projects, we're going to let 5 projects go through, we're going to stop, we're going to see them get filled, and we're going to evaluate what happens. And I'm not much of a gambling person, but I would bet that there will be other applicants outside of these 14 blocks queuing up to use this.
Well, I would say, I think that city planning has been fairly clear that it is viewing this proposed rezoning in the 14-block area as experimental, and I don't even know personally who the owners or plans are for the potential, if there are any, for the potential other sites in this 14-block area. But again, they would also have to come in as specifically as 25 Kent has, so for a special permit before they could go forward. So at least in terms of an experiment, wouldn't you want to see it in a controlled way in a broader area than simply one site and one project?
So I mean, but then I think the question is, why is the mechanism for this citywide text, right? If it,
all we're doing is creating a tool. We could not just go ahead and map this outside a 14-block area, this proposed 14-block area, without coming back to city planning.
right, so the next.
And going through a full land use process.
Right, so the next applicant could go through a full land use process to have it mapped somewhere else and to apply a special permit. I think that one of the questions that was raised to us in conversations was the definition of a special district is to achieve a specific planning and urban design objective in a limited area, right? So one of the questions was, is this better suited as a variance, a special district, or a single site rezoning, as opposed to it being text? Now, I understand that there's a process that has to happen before somebody else can do it, but.
Leaving aside the variance, the process would basically be the same in any of those.
But I think the concern is that one of the things that was conveyed, both from industrial providers, but also from community organizations, was we made this mistake in MX, right? That in MX zoning, it was supposed to be a small experiment to see how it worked and to see what happened when we mixed residential and commercial. And what happened was MX went from a tiny little pocketed area and has now flooded entire places. And I think there's I understand there's a process, but I think there's a question of what's the reality of other folks not coming before their community board, this commission, and city council, and saying, we want this, yes or no, whether or not the experiment has been proven to be effective or not, this is what we want, we're making the application, and the reality of this board, their council member saying, no, we're not gonna allow it. And that might be the displacement of industrial businesses and jobs, because we haven't addressed some of the questions of, is it truly manufacturing? Is it maker space? Is it a $25 price point for manufacturing businesses, or is it a $14 price point?
Okay, thank you, Ms. Williams. Any other questions for Ms. Williams? Thank you. We'll go back now to those in favor. First speaker is Adam Perlmutter.
Good afternoon. My name is Adam Perlmutter. I am the chairman of the Open Space Alliance for North Brooklyn, which is a small parks conservancy organization trying to serve all of the open spaces in Community Board District 1. I'm here to speak today about 25 Kent, obviously. The last time I was here before you, and many of your faces are familiar and your names are familiar, I was kind of the voice crying out in the wilderness about the unfulfilled commitments that were still outstanding as a result of the 2005 Greenpoint Williamsburg rezoning. I think that this project has a lot of merit to it. There are obviously issues that have to be discussed and parsed carefully, and I hear that going on in the discussion that we are having today. But what I would say is this is an opportunity. This is an opportunity for the City Planning Commission and the city to come together and to capture the enormous amount of property tax revenue that will be coming off of this project and potentially other projects in this 14-block area in order to follow through on the Bushwick Inlet Park acquisition, construction, and ultimately maintenance. To give you an idea of the scope of what we're talking about, the applicant has told Community Board 1 that this project will generate between $70 and $90 million in property tax revenues over a 10-year period. That is an enormous amount of money. That is just one property. We are a community that has rezoned residential, commercial spaces around open space, and they are reaping huge benefits as a result of their proximity to our park, which is yet to be fulfilled. So I ask you and I implore you to look at the Borough President's last recommendation, because this is an opportunity. This is a way for us to move forward, to digest the issue of Bushwick Inlet Park, for the city and this planning commission to do the right thing, and for us to all go forward with all of the other rezoning actions that we're going to see in the future as a result of the mandatory inclusionary housing that just got passed, et cetera. Until this gets done, until this issue gets put to bed, it will be a craw in the neck of all land actions that are going to come in front of this commission. So I ask you to please look at this as an opportunity, of course address all of the thoughtful issues that have been brought up today, and continue to address them because they're important issues, but see this as the opportunity that it is. This is a powerful funding mechanism that can put behind us a very difficult problem. And we can look at the achievement of actually realizing the commitments of the 2005 rezoning, and we can start putting ourselves on track with the future that we had envisioned and that we still envision for our community. So I want to thank you very much, and I appreciate your listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perlmutter. Questions, Mr. Perlmutter? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Bethany Bauer. Bowyer, right? Boyer, pardon me.
Good afternoon, everyone. Chairman Weisbrod, Commissioners. My name is Bethany Boyer, and on behalf of the Downtown Brooklyn Partnership, we would like to voice our strong support and confidence in the project at 25 Kent Avenue. As you may know, the partnership is a non-for-profit economic development organization whose purpose is to foster the growth of downtown Brooklyn as a retail, educational, cultural, residential, and commercial destination. Downtown Brooklyn is also part of the Brooklyn Tech Triangle, which has become a magnet for the world's pioneering, energetic, and creative entrepreneurs, and has emerged as one of the largest tech clusters in New York City. Today, 2 years after the Brooklyn Tech Triangle strategic plan was released, the innovation economy in Brooklyn is stronger than ever. The number of innovation firms in the Tech Triangle now exceeds 1,350, 22% more than only 3 years ago, and these companies represent more than 17,000 jobs. However, we're now facing a space crisis that threatens to halt this momentum. Since 2012, the total stock of commercial inventory in the Tech Triangle increased from 21.05 million square feet to just 21.3 million square feet, representing only a 1.2% increase. Only a fraction of what's anticipated to be the 3 million square foot space needed to support the innovation economy, according to our 2015 update of the Brooklyn Tech Triangle Strategic Plan. Meanwhile, commercial vacancy rates throughout the whole Tech Triangle, including downtown Brooklyn, continue to plummet. Given these low vacancy rates and the lack of sufficient new stock made available to date, very little innovation and job growth can occur moving forward without new space being added to. Therefore, we're thrilled to hear the proposed plans for 25 Kent Avenue, and we believe that this project will help foster the innovation and economic engine that is taking off not only in the Tech Triangle, but in the borough of Brooklyn as a whole. And to wrap things up, moreover, we commend Heritage Equity Partners and Rubenstein Partners for recognizing the need for commercial space and deciding to forgo an easier route. The borough desperately needs new commercial office and industrial space to remain competitive in the global marketplace, and we really, truly believe that 25 Kent will not only prove to be a tremendous success, but also set the stage for forwarding Brooklyn's innovation economy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Questions? Thank you very much.
Thank
Next speaker is Lori Raphael. Is that-
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Lori Raphael, and I'm Vice President for Strategic Partnerships with the Brooklyn Chamber of Commerce. I'm speaking on behalf of Carlos Shizura, our President and CEO, in full support of the project at 25 Kent. The Brooklyn Chamber is a membership-based business assistance organization which represents the interests of its member businesses as well as other businesses across the borough. The Brooklyn Alliance is our not-for-profit economic development organization which works to address the needs of businesses through direct business assistance programs. The project for the development of the mixed-use site at 25 Kent by Heritage Equity Partners and Rubenstein is the first new privately financed manufacturing and office site built in Brooklyn in many years. In a recent poll of our members regarding their concerns about doing business in Brooklyn, the cost and availability of real estate was their #1 issue. A new speculative development of this magnitude will go a long way toward relieving market pressures that are increasing costs and leaving businesses with little viable commercial and manufacturing inventory. As the area increases in hotel and recreational uses, the maintenance of an industrial base is key to keeping businesses in Brooklyn. In addition to nurturing the new production economy, the project will bring 1,000 construction jobs and 1,500 long-term jobs to its neighborhood. The current zoning allows both commercial and community facility uses as of right. The developers are seeking the same density as is currently allowed for community facility uses for commercial and light industrial space, and with at least 29% of that space set aside for light industrial. We believe that this set-aside will create a precedent toward maintaining the current manufacturing base and even increasing it as continued development takes place. We see the current solution as a model for the development of a true mixed-use neighborhood that creates jobs, grows and maintains the industrial base on a site-specific basis, while allowing additional time to understand the implications in rezoning in a larger area. In Brooklyn Borough President Adams' ULURP recommendation in support of this project, it stated that the Borough President supports the concept of encouraging development of industrial and manufacturing space through incentivizing commercial office and retail uses to create an ecosystem for a mix of light industrial and commercial spaces in close proximity to the workforce. This project does that while accommodating economic growth, which would not otherwise be viable. We are in full support of the text amendment for the 14-block area, which would enable property owners within that area to apply for special permits that would, in return for setting aside light industrial space, allow an increase in density for commercial uses and a decrease in parking, as well as some additional height if a public plaza was provided. We support as well the special permits that the text amendment would allow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions for Ms. Raphael? Ms. Deluz?
Hi, how are you? Good to see you. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
You mentioned a survey of membership. I'm just wondering if you don't know if you have it with you or if you could provide it. It would just be interesting to know what percentage of the Chamber's membership are industrial businesses. And I don't know, for instance, if as part of the survey asked people what they were currently paying, what they could afford if they wanted to expand. That might be helpful information to us given the experimental nature of this.
I would just want to put it out there that the survey was done within the context of our annual trip to Albany to address our legislators. And so there were many, many issues in there, and this floated to the top as the #1 issue. So it was not the survey was not relevant to this specific project.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Efron?
Thank you. Hi. Does the chamber have any subcommittee or any group looking at what makes good or high-quality manufacturing space, or what is the reason manufacturers can't find the right spaces other than rent?
We do have, in Manufacturing and Industrial Coalition, we do have an active economic development department, and we also have an active real estate and development committee. So, I mean, these are issues that we're looking at all the time. I mean, there are so many factors, as you know. Some of it is cost. A lot of it has been, some of it is infrastructure restrictions. And when I say restrictions, I don't mean in zoning, I mean in, the right floor plate size for the right type of business and, variable.
So, just as we look at plazas in order to determine if they are right for incentives or bonus zoning and things, it would just be so helpful going forward if there is information that you could share with us about what the mismatch is between manufacturing and space, so that we as a commission could be better suited to know, in fact, what the right sort of space is.
I think we'd be interested in, consulting on that on an ongoing basis, and it would be helpful, certainly borough-wide and hopefully citywide as well.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Thank you very much. Next speaker is Chris Havens from City Habitats.
I can answer a couple of these questions for you that you've been asking. The hardest thing to find.
State your name, please.
Chris Havens?
Let me just take it in order. Chris Havens.
Thank you.
City Habitats. I don't have an affiliation with the project as a formal exclusive or anything like that. I'm interested in the bigger issues. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thanks for listening. I'm a commercial real estate broker working in Brooklyn since 1998. And from 83 to 92, I worked at Central Brooklyn for HBD and BEC New Communities doing affordable housing. I graduated Hunter College City CUNY Planning School as well with Richard Birak, who you know well. Creating affordable commercial space in new or renovated buildings for the typical Brooklyn tenant, which is 1,000 to 7,000 feet, is my specialty. I've done over 1,000 leases. I am working on my 12th property and have 3 more in the pipeline. I was a founder with Jed and David Valentis of the Dumbo office market, which kicked off the modern loft office trend in my borough. I helped create space for jobs in local neighborhoods. That's how Dumbo started, with tenants living there in an area subway connected to Dumbo. Now it's a national location. Throughout Brooklyn, there is a need for office space so our businesses can work locally. This walk and bike to work movement fits neatly into your auto reduction game plan, supports buses and biking, and reduces stresses on the subway. You need local office space. Flatbush desperately needs an office building. I'm doing one at Crown Heights now, and I'm doing a ground-up one in Bed-Stuy. You need local office space. The late Bear Stearns began at Metrotech, with 30% of the employees being Brooklyn residents. There's one reason they went to Metrotech. By the time of their demise, or unfortunate demise, they were at 60% of the jobs at Bear Stearns were Brooklyn residents. In answer to your questions earlier, we are in a historic office space shortage. This is the tightest office space market since World War II in Brooklyn. It's never been like this in anybody's memory. World War II filled all the real estate in Brooklyn. My mother lived 7 to a 1-bedroom in the Ansonia in 48. Half the European war materials went off Brooklyn docks. Brooklyn was sold out. This is the tightest since 70 years for office space. Industrial brokers tell me their market is the tightest since the 50s and maybe the 40s. The reason there's a mismatch is there's no friggin' space. The 64,000 square feet will be a piece of cake as long as it's not big space. I constantly get calls from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,000 makers, manufacturers, distillers, and they can't find anything. If you give me 20 spaces with a drain and 400 amps, I'll put 20 different gin makers in there. But you cannot find small manufacturing space. It doesn't exist. Industry City doesn't do it. They don't go lower than 4 to 6. They just don't want to do it anymore. It's not there. So the problem is the market. Brooklyn's booming. The city's booming. You can't find space. It's never been this tight commercially in the lifetime of anybody who's in this room.
Downtown Brooklyn has lost and is losing about 1 million square feet of pre-war and post-war office stock through residential conversions, something we missed in the zoning. 205 Montague, 140 Livingston are next. Luckily, Dumble's office stock is doubling. Williamsburg, between the BQE and the river, has less than one large Dumbo building, less space than 20J in that whole area. That's why you get $60 for 1,000 feet on 10th Street, North 10th Street. At the same time, the Brooklyn
Mr.
economy is
Havens,
growing.
could you conclude and submit what you
Yeah.
have?
The
Thank you.
Brooklyn economy is growing. We need tons of space. Manhattan's the sun, Brooklyn's the moon, and they're coming. The co-work boom is absorbing the mini tenants, but the 15 to 20 person shops are out of space. There's more 20K spaces in Brooklyn and Dumbo and Dobro right now than 4s and 5s.
Thank you, and submit the rest.
One more thing, your antiquated 1- and 2-story zoning is strangling the expansion of industrial distribution, food production, light industrial office space. You've got to fix it.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Havens?
Thank you. A lot of good information. Thank you.
Thank you, and we will distribute that to everybody, so thank you very
Talk to the
much.
people in the real estate business who talk to tenants, and you'll find out everything. Very few of us talk to tenants. Talk to people who talk to tenants.
Thank you. The next speaker is Bill Harvey.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name's Bill Harvey. I'm an artist, designer, musician, and I've lived in North Brooklyn for 30 years. I love my contentious neighborhoods. Many of my friends are here today. I've become something of an advocate for the creative economy in North Brooklyn, just watching the changes that have happened and the reduction of space for work. We need more space for people to work, specifically in Williamsburg. Manufacturers, artisanal studios, tech startups, and innovative enterprises of all kinds want to locate in Williamsburg, and they will if we build space to accommodate them. 25 Kent, located between Williamsburg and Greenpoint, is a natural place for a Brooklyn-style innovation cluster. It can grow in the midst of a walkable, live-work community. As opposed to an isolated office building or a cloistered suburban tech campus, 25 Kent was conceived and designed to foster interactions between tenants and the local community. Toby Moskowitz from Heritage strongly believes in this idea, and she's already created a mentoring partnership with the Williamsburg High School of Architecture and Design. Some of the students are here today observing, which is awesome. In the discussion, there seems to be a presumption that requiring manufacturing space in a mixed-use building is a burden on the owner. And I think in this case, it's not. I think it's a value added. It allows the owner to build a really unique project that captures the synergies between tech and manufacturing that are happening now, particularly in our neighborhood. 25 Kent will be a unique workplace where workers from manufacturing, technology, and creative businesses share ideas, do business, and cross-pollinate. This kind of diverse work community environment is what business wants, and it's good for Brooklyn's future. There really isn't another project like this. I'm very, as opposed to Mr. Levin, I'm very optimistic. I think that this kind of unique project is going to set, it's going to be highly desirable to new manufacturers and the tech community. But time is of the essence. As a neighborhood resident, I see that this area is in play. And it looks to me, from being in the neighborhood and hearing stories, that in the next 24 months, this whole area could turn into stores, nightclubs, and restaurants. And I think that would be unfortunate. 25 Kent's ready to go. If we don't build space for the new economy now in North Brooklyn will just become another inner-ring commuter suburb. Instead of an economic cultural engine, it will be an economically consumptive, and the creative potential of these vibrant communities will be lost.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Harvey?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Del Teague.
Good afternoon. My name is Del Teague. I'm a longtime resident and activist in Williamsburg. And I just wanted to speak on behalf of the text amendment and the 25 Kent project. When my husband and I moved here 38 years ago, we moved into our home on Kent Avenue. We saw a somewhat thriving industry around us. And we had a very wonderful relationship with the people who worked in the businesses. And then we watched the steady and I think natural withdrawal of industry from the area. And I think that in part, the industry that was there, the manufacturing that was there, was no longer viable. But also as the residential development took hold, a lot of the industries were just no longer compatible. And what I see now here in this text amendment and in this project in 25 Kent is the opportunity to bring viable industry back into the neighborhood. But times have changed, obviously, so this industry is modern industry. It's industry that actually is compatible with the residential development that has occurred. And I think that I don't need to go into the details of how it will bring vitality back because prior speakers have done such a good job. But what I want to mention is that if we don't do this quickly, we really risk having the as-of-right uses that are really, really opposed by the vast majority of the community. We risk having those kinds of uses take over, and then it'll be done. There'll be irreparable harm to the area. The area really needs, as you've heard over and over again how we need the industry, and we could use it in the manufacturing. It'll be beneficial to our area. Please don't sit back and wait too long to do some more studies and, I think that, it's very, very important that this moves forward. And whether there's proper enforcement, I put that to you. You know what DOB is capable of. You know what they're ready and willing and able to do. And if you don't feel that they can enforce, then the city can think about other ways of doing it. But I don't think that any of the concerns that I've heard today should hold this up. So anyway, thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Teague. Questions, Ms. Teague?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Asher Absar? Asher Absar?
I want here to correct the pronunciation.
No? Absara? Not here. Okay. Next speaker is Rich Mazer.
I thought it was going to be good morning, but it's good afternoon.
It's almost good evening, so.
I know, Chairman Weisbrod, Vice Chairman Knuckles. I usually come here to advocate affordable housing. I'll tell you who I am in a second. And innovative projects in Greenpoint and Williamsburg. My name is Rich Mazer. I've lived in Greenpoint since 1950. I'm the executive director of the North Brooklyn Development Corporation, who are neighborhood preservation advocates. Our mission is to improve the quality of life of residents and people that work in Greenpoint and Williamsburg. I'm going to give you a picture of the idyllic, accidental live workspace that was our utopia in 1956. I came to America in 1950. I had immigrant parents. They needed a job. We lived in Greenpoint. I went to school 2 blocks from my house. I came home at noon for lunch, and my mother came home from her job at the Consolidated Laundries 2 doors away, made us lunch. I don't know if she had a half an hour or 45 minutes. She went back to work. We walked back to school. My father, his first job in America was at the jute mill at Commercial Street, which fortunately I came full circle with because that was what is now called the Greenpoint Manufacturing Design Center, who North Brooklyn acquired from the city for $1 and created the GMDC. And at that time, again, my father walked to work, came back home, whenever he finished, and it was a great live-work community. The GMDC, we created a number of jobs. We also had the Greenpoint Woods, where we created an apprentice woodworking program, which was the light manufacturing in the manufacturing zone. So my idyllic life as a child wasn't perfect, but we didn't have to use the subway. We came home for lunch. My parents walked to work, and I'm going to tell you what we paid for rent and how much people made. For a 4 railroad room apartment with hot water, some people had the bathroom in the hallway. We fortunately had a bathroom with a bathtub. We paid $30 a month. My father made approximately $30 a week. So if you compare it to today, rents have gone up 10,000%, because the average rent around the corner from my office on Green Street is $3,000, and the average salary is not $3,000 a week. But needless to say, what I'm looking forward to is a live workspace. Now instead of the Industrial Revolution model, which was kind of like a bad Batman movie, you've got all these monolith houses that block you from the waterfront and light and air, and now we've got light, air, and jobs. Now I want the jobs to be enough to pay the young entrepreneurs to be able to afford to live in the neighborhood. Hopefully I'll build enough affordable housing for other people to be able to get a manufacturing job that'll pay them enough to pay for rent, and they can walk to work and get the park across the street. Bushwick Inlet Park is very important. I was part of the Mayor's Commission, or the Community Advisory Group post-rezoning 2005. We have to deliver what we promised, and I hope you deliver the jobs, because I've got the people that need them.
Thank you, Mr. Mazur. Any questions to Mr. Mazur? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Peter Lawrence.
Peter Lawrence couldn't be here, so I'd like to submit a letter on his behalf.
Excellent. Thank you. Next speaker is Ryan Babinzian.
Any more?
Being very efficient here. Next speaker is Jamie Wiseman from Cayuga Capital. Cayuga Capital. You pronounce it Cayuga or Cayuga?
Yeah, we're a direct competitor of Toby's and a developer in the neighborhood. But we're very much in support. We have a site in the same zone. But the reason I come up here after talking to the Department of City Planning, they wanted me to reiterate here what I said at the community board, which is we developed the nightclub called Output, which is across the street from this site. And it is a nightlife venue that attracts people from outside the neighborhood. I live in the neighborhood with my wife and my 2-year-old daughter, and I walk her to preschool every day. Having lots of nightclubs, even though we developed one, is not necessarily something you want to do. If this special permit had been available to us at the time we purchased that property, it would be a property that looked like a mini version of Toby's site. So given the opportunity and the special permit, we would not do the nightlife or the hotel type work that we do. We would do exactly what she's doing, probably not as well. So for the record. But I'd also
Very
like to
modest
say,
of you.
we have quite a bit of other property within the zone and surrounding the zone. We will continue to convert previously industrial property into retail and office. Without the proper incentives, we will continue to take that property offline and lease it for higher rents. We would love to take this incentive to create the type of manufacturing space and jobs that would support the neighborhood that I want to live in for the rest of my life.
Thank you, Mr. Wiseman. Questions for Mr. Wiseman? Ms. Levin.
Do you happen to own any sites within the 14-block area that we're talking about
do.
here that would lend itself to this?
Yes,
Might we see you back for a special permit?
you probably would.
Are they one of the two that were identified in the,
I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, it's the former Vice
That's a yes?
Media
Okay.
headquarters.
Okay, good, well.
However,
so-
our scope it's far less, we weren't going to maximize the amount, so it would be a lot less as a ratio of the development as a whole, but we would go for the special permit.
But the same ratio of, maybe this is premature, but the same ratio of industrial to commercial, you'd be going
Correct.
for the same?
It's just we weren't to build as much area, just because the site's not nearly as big.
Okay, but the same proportions.
Correct.
Okay, thanks and good luck.
Thank you, Mr. Weissman. Next speaker is Anu Dugal.
Thank you.
Very efficient.
Well, thanks to your efficiency, we now can switch to those in opposition. Armando Chapaligan? Chapaligan.
Hope you guys saved some ANHD questions for me. So, good afternoon, members of the City Planning Commission. My name is Armando Chapelican. I'm with the Association for Neighborhood and Housing Development, ANHD. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I want to build off of some of the points that were brought up by my colleague in terms of how the Enhanced Business Area Zoning Text Amendment relates to the mayor's larger industrial plan that was unveiled last fall. But I also want to make sure that we're not conflating, this point was brought up earlier, but we're not conflating the specific application at 25 Kent Avenue with the larger zoning text amendment. We've seen that happen throughout the course of the ULURP process, and I think it's significant and it's important to keep those two questions separate. I'm gonna be happy to answer questions on that afterwards, but what I wanna make sure is not happening is that the credibility and the goodwill with one developer isn't going to be the reason why one specific proposal is either going to succeed or fail, especially a proposal as broad and as vast as the one that's being considered here with enhanced business areas. And unfortunately, what we've been seeing is in terms of a lot of the language in the zoning text amendment, in terms of ratios, in terms of enforcement, and lack of enforcement mechanisms and lack of affordability mechanisms put in place, the developer has had a very large influence in terms of crafting what the zoning text amendment would look like. And again, because this sets a precedent for the rest of the city, it's something we need to really consider and dive into. So jumping right into the ratio question specifically, to make a clarification, it's not 29% of the space is going to be going towards industrial, it's actually 17%. 29% is actually for the additional density, but 17% for the overall. And when you consider the fact that it's 17% in an industrial business zone, and there's a lot of conversation going on about commercial and commercializing the neighborhood, but this is an industrial business zone geared specifically, or should be geared specifically towards supporting and bolstering the industrial manufacturing sector. So that's a really serious consideration that we should be talking about a little bit more freely. But in follow-up to that, when the question was brought up at the Borough President's hearing about where the 17% figure came from, it was brought up by DCP that the developer had a role in influencing that specific number. And that's something that, again, if we're talking about this at a citywide scale, we need to come back to that and consider more broadly what that actually means. But moving into the areas of enforcement, the Borough President made great recommendations in terms of recognizing that nonprofit, mission-driven developers have a role to play in this process, have a role to play in terms of enforcement. Organizations like Evergreen, like GMDC, they work with the businesses that would be classified under business-enhancing uses. They worked with them in the past, and that same type of IBSP relationship exists across the city. So from that perspective, that's a good recommendation that we'd be looking to explore further and see how it's built up. But at the same time, this doesn't do anything to address the lack of affordability mechanisms in the current proposal as it stands right now. Again, looking at the Borough President's hearing, there has been no transparency in terms of what the financial breakdown is going to be for your as-of-right uses, your base uses in the 2.0 FAR, the 2.0 incentive uses, or in the 0.8 business-enhancing uses. So we have no idea as to whether or not the rents are actually going to be affordable for industrial manufacturing businesses in these neighborhoods, specifically in this case with Greenpoint Williamsburg. So when you consider those three components, which are obviously very serious components, I'd be happy to answer additional questions on the other recommendations later. It seems clear to me, wrapping up, it seems clear to me that this proposal doesn't really seem to do very much to advance the mayor's 10-point industrial action plan, and we need to consider how this proposal can actually be tweaked to help advance that plan forward.
Thank you. Questions? Ms. Deluz.
Armando, you covered a lot of ground in a very short period of time. Does ANHD yet have recommendations about how to better tweak it to advance the mayor's 10-point action plan?
Well, I think so the elephant in the room here is when we're talking about the loss of industrial manufacturing space in these neighborhoods, the big thing that is not being discussed here, and DCP has rightfully pointed this out, the broader land use problems, the underlying use group problems that exist in manufacturing zoning are not being addressed in this proposal. So while that might be, that would necessitate a larger component, and I know there's the North Brooklyn study that's happening, this proposal, if it's not going to help do something to advance the 10-point industrial action plan, something should be in there, or something should be modified to do that. So in terms of how we can help to do that, specifically in terms of how do we tweak the EBA proposal, the zoning text amendment for the larger 10-point action plan, I would say that the conversation that's been going around about nonprofit mission-driven developers is really significant. Part of the 10-point industrial action plan, specifically baseline funding for industrial business service providers. So this is a clear indication from the city that industrial business service providers, the folks who are helping out the businesses in the IBZ, that they're doing good work, that they're the eyes and ears on the ground, they have the good relationships with the businesses. So why don't we build upon that? Why aren't the IBSPs part of the conversation, or why weren't they part of the conversation in putting this conversation, or putting this proposal together before we started the ULURP process in the first place? So that would be one specific component in terms of enforcement. The IBSPs, the nonprofit mission-driven developers, have a role to play with that. Affordability obviously is something that is very significant, but I think that in terms of this distinction of your incentive uses and your business enhancing uses, that's really significant. I think that's an important distinction to be making. But at the same time, we need to remember that there are as-of-right uses in the base 2.0 FAR. So even though a lot of the conversation has been around 2 uses on incentive and business enhancing, there's really 3. So even though there's limitations in the incentive and business enhancing uses, the as-of-right 2.0 isn't being changed at all. So a lot of the conversation about, well, there could be more development of industrial beyond the 17%, that could be the case. But ultimately, what we've been seeing when there has been the as-of-right uses, again, being as outdated as they are, you're just seeing continual displacement when the industrial uses are having to compete against office use.
Question.
Thank you.
Ms. Efron.
Thank you for this. I have 2 questions. One is, you mentioned 17% not seeming adequate. So the first question is there a percentage you think is adequate, particularly in an IBZ? And the other question is whether your group has looked at sort of borrowing from the housing world, which you're also familiar with,
Sure.
off-site manufacturing when there's redevelopment in an IBZ.
So I think I can focus first on your first question. In terms of what the ratio should be, the Pratt Center, they're going to be coming up in a bit and giving some analysis in terms of a similar type of project that's going on in San Francisco in terms of mixed use. In terms of, ANHD hasn't done that research specifically, so I'll defer to them in terms of answering that question. But what I would say is that even though there's been this whole proposal, there is this application for setting up the zoning text amendment, it's mentioned that the industrial business zone needs to be here to nurture these industrial manufacturing businesses, but there's been no framework established in this zoning text amendment in terms of creating a special consideration for the IBZs or not. So the next proposal that could come down the road, which of course would have to go through ULURP, whether it's in an IBZ or it's not in an IBZ, the standard's already going to be set at 17% or 0.8 FAR.
What? I'm sorry. Why do you say that?
Because in the situation that we're having right now, a lot of the term that keeps coming up is this is an experiment, this is the first proposal of its kind, and that's absolutely correct. But at the same time, once this goes through in whatever ratio arrangement you have, you're going to have the next developer coming through, and it won't necessarily be in this neighborhood.
Let me ask you the same question I asked Ms. Williams. First of all, I'm a little unclear whether ANHD is testifying in opposition to both text amendment and to 25 Kent itself. Is that correct?
Yeah, so that's actually, I appreciate you asking that question because ANHD, as you know, is a member-based organization. So in terms of the question on 25 Kent Avenue, we're not going to make the distinction that 25 Kent Avenue, this specific building, this specific project is good or is bad. The way we're looking at it is the implications that it has for the broader citywide context. So we're not saying we're in support of it. We're not saying we're in opposition.
But that's just not clear to me. I mean, you're either saying it should go forward as an example, or it shouldn't go forward as an example.
Well, to that point specifically, I mean, this project specifically at 25 Kent Avenue would not be possible without the zoning text amendment. And that's
So
specifically what we're talking
you're basically opposed, even if this was a one-off, you would be opposed to this?
Well, I think that in terms of, and I don't think it was the borough president's recommendation, but it was the community board's recommendation in terms of scaling this back down to the one specific site. If that was the proposal that was before CPC right now, I'm not necessarily sure ANHD would be here having this conversation, because then we're not talking about the establishment of an entire business, of an enhanced business area or enhanced business district.
So, and I'll ask you the same question I asked Ms. Williams, which is, if we want to see, as, you know, some sense of how a variety of these might work, and 25 Kent is in a category by itself. You just heard,
Sure.
I think Mr. Wiseman testify that he would take advantage of this text amendment, and he would go forward with another site in this district. And so we would then have two examples of how it worked or didn't work.
Sure.
And we would all have a concrete basis for making decisions that would be or be not, or would or would not be of broader applicability based on two examples, and potentially, if there's someone else, three examples.
Sure.
And wouldn't that be a better approach than to, in a sort of a controlled area, as opposed to speculation one way or the other?
Sure. So I think that what you're saying, I would agree with, except for the fact that there's a couple of assumptions built into that. The first thing being that there is no sense that this proposal will go forward and then, city council or whoever will come back in X number of months or X number of years to evaluate whether or not this has actually worked. So that component isn't here. And in addition to that, when you're looking at whether this model works, we don't have an enforcement mechanism. So that's another problem with why, that's another problem that we're bringing to your attention, to hope that there will be enforcement mechanisms put in place so that if this is in fact something that's going to be just a one-off project and see how it works in this 14-block experimentation area, that's all well and good. But the way that the proposal is written right now and the way that the application is written right now, the zoning text amendment is not just something that's going to be, oh, we're going to test it here and then see what happened, or we're just going to test it here and then before we do anything in other places, we're going to wait to see what the results of this
Well, I mean, it's
study are.
billed as an experiment, and so I'm just, if it had an enforcement mechanism, would you support the text?
It would have to have an enforcement mechanism, it would have to have affordability mechanisms built in, and it would have to seriously consider what the ratio is, because going back to what I was saying before, there's been no transparency on what financial breakdown
I have to
created.
say, and I don't want to continue this, but essentially, I'm really confused on what you would want if we can't carry out some and see some examples and see how they worked. And so what you're sort of saying is, unless these have the specific changes, including affordability, including enforcement, including a better ratio based on what we don't know, because we don't know how these work, we shouldn't go forward with these because we don't know.
Well, there's a way of knowing
That
about
seems a
the
little,
financial analysis.
it seems a little,
I would say that there's ways of finding out that information. I mean, in terms of, if you look at, for
I mean,
example.
how better to find it out than to test it?
Right, but I feel like there's additional information that could be provided in this process, whether you want to look at the financial analysis of how did we come up with these ratios, what are the rents that are being used for that, that information hasn't been made clear.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Adam Friedman.
I do have written testimony that I'd like distributed, because I'm
Thank
going to
you.
make a reference to some spreadsheets in there. Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Adam Friedman. I'm the, oops, should I do that?
Did
you do what?
You wanted to hand out now?
Yeah, thank you.
Did you leave your entire testimony there?
Right there.
Oh,
I'm out of practice. I haven't done this in a long time.
we're honored to have you, so.
I'm Adam Friedman. I'm the director of the Pratt Center for Community Development. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this afternoon. So if the goal of this new text amendment is the creation of more production space. I don't think this is a particularly good deal for the city, and it goes directly to the ratio of 17%. Yes, it is, new industrial space needs to be subsidized, and we kind of endorse a cross-subsidy model, but we think just the details of this are not what it should be. We recently completed analysis, and that's what I handed out there, the fourth page. There's some spreadsheets, some financial analysis of various development scenarios in the Gowanus area, which is a somewhat similar market. And what you see there is a 2-to-1 ratio, 33%, would yield a very healthy return on investment of close to 12%. That's with an acquisition cost of about $300 a foot and a construction cost of about $240 a foot. So we understood from the hearings that city planning had not done this type of analysis. We're happy to make it available. We're happy to give you all the spreadsheets, or we're happy if you give us different development scenarios to play with that and respond what we think the ROI would be. Recently, San Francisco adopted a very similar mixed-use development strategy for cross-subsidizing industrial space, and they too came out with a 2-to-1 ratio. I want to go back to Commissioner Levin's original questioning around enforcement. I don't think the city has any ability to enforce this. You know, we've done studies of the Garment Center where there are use restrictions. We've done studies of the East Williamsburg Industrial Business Zone, very analogous to this. In East Williamsburg, we found that 30 buildings, 500,000 square feet of space had been illegally converted. Same mechanisms apply here. We don't think they're particularly useful. San Francisco has adopted 2 strategies for improving enforcement. The first is transferring some control of the space to a nonprofit. During their negotiations of the special permit, their planning commission negotiated for about 1/3 of the industrial space to be sold to a nonprofit. 2 benefits to that. One is sort of the inherent value of having a mission-driven organization curate the space for job density and the other things that drive its mission, but also it produced a yardstick that they can now judge the for-profit developers' efforts for. And with regard to the space that remains in control by the for-profit developer, he has to do a business plan for that space, which documents how they're going to manage it, how they're going to market it, what's the price point they're trying to hit, how are they going to link it to the employment services that are available in that community, and he has to report back annually. So, you know, Brooklyn is blessed with really strong and nonprofit industrial developer. This is the perfect area for this to be taking place. In addition, EDC recently launched a $150 million industrial development fund to support nonprofit development. City planning has a great opportunity here to connect these dots. With regard to the question about the transfer of development, yes. Development rights, yes, right on point. Because there's a premium baked into the cost of this type of development, whether it's, you know, emissions or sound, which could be extracted for the benefit of industrial tenants.
And please
let me try and wrap up. I appreciate that. So this has been described as an experiment, as a risky experiment, making this commitment. It just strikes me that 14 blocks is a big area to experiment in. And how risky is this? So I'm on the board of the Navy Yard, and this morning, by coincidence, we approved the rent guidelines for moving forward and leasing as much as 2 million square feet of new industrial space that's going to be brought online. And the rent guidelines for that industrial space is $15 to $20 a foot. So the same market, the rents themselves are not being subsidized. So I think they should proceed. We know there's that pipeline of industrial demand. So we're very confident that we can fill it. So I think it sheds some light on the riskiness of this.
Thank you, Mr. Friedman. Well, I have a couple questions. One, you cite San Francisco, and San Francisco has sort of played with this issue now for several years. They had one model that didn't work. They've now done, as you say, the 2/3, 1/3 model that has a sunset on it, and they have identified, our information, 14 different sites, only one of which is going forward, and the sunset is next year, and even that one, which required a not-for-profit manager, the not-for-profit has dropped out and is not going forward. So I guess my question to you is, and I'm not trying to denigrate the San Francisco effort, because I think all of us, that is cities all over the country, are sort of struggling with this issue, and the only way it seems to me that we're going to be able to address it is to try to do it concretely rather than theoretically. And I appreciate what you're saying about the 14-block area, but by all accounts, there are, including this site, only 3 sites in that area where this could be remotely applicable, and each one would have to come back here. And so why shouldn't we be taking this opportunity to test this idea, see if it works, or see if it doesn't work?
Right. Well, I guess one could argue that San Francisco is also experimenting.
Everyone's experimenting.
And so,
But no experiments have really worked yet, which
right,
is,
well,
I guess.
I would dispute that. I mean, the fact that they have 2 projects moving through the pipeline that we were, we are consultants to PlaceMade, and I believe that there's 2 moving forward, and what New York has that San Francisco doesn't have is this nonprofit industrial development fund. You're right that there's a gap at this point in time, and they are struggling to close that. They have not used their capital budget to support nonprofits in this venture, so I think we do have kind of a leg up on them. But I would also add to that, so that there was this causal connection drawn from Ray Levin's opening in which he described what's going on here, and that's completely valid, around the hotel and the entertainment uses, and that this is being presented as the option for addressing that. And I guess what I find perplexing about that is we're in the process of doing this tremendous study of North Brooklyn, that should shed light on what are the other options. The mayor during the campaign committed to requiring special permits for non-industrial uses. He reiterated that in November. Why isn't that doing here? And the reason why that's important is it gives city planning the leverage it needs to go out and negotiate for a higher ratio. I think part of the concern here is that if the ratio is too high, the developer is going to walk, right? And what we've heard is they can go do entertainment uses. And so we're not putting all the pieces together. I think they're all visible, but there's something off about our sequencing.
Mr. Knuckles and then Ms.
Thank you. So Adam, I just wanted to understand your point about nonprofits. Is it your position that you think a nonprofit, an appropriate nonprofit, should be put in charge of the industrial space as kind of a monitor to make sure that the commitment that is proposed is in fact fulfilled? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, but I would a caveat to that is it could be the whole thing, or it could be a monitoring role, it could be a managing role, or it could be in an ownership role. There's a whole bunch of scenarios that are available here. And the reason for that is along the way, there's a lot of curatorial decisions that are made. And one of the things you heard Ray say was how they select their tenants. And, price matters, right? I'm on the board of the Navy Yard. We work very closely with GMDC. Evergreen has its own industrial space now. And when they make a tenanting decision, they look at a variety of factors. How many jobs, what's the job density, the quality of those jobs, is there going to be synergy between that tenant and the other tenants that are already there? So I think nonprofits are just better suited to make those type of decisions. And they also, the ROI, with 1 or 2 exceptions. But also the ROI they expect will be lower. Oops.
I'll let Ms. Efron respond.
I should say, for the record, I used to be chair of a predecessor organization to Pickett, which Adam was the president of, but we have not conferred on this or his testimony. And I would beg to differ that I think a mission-driven manufacturing developer, whether it's for-profit or nonprofit, have the same goals. And I for that reason, ask you the same question I asked the development team. What do you need what does a developer need to do, or what type of space needs to be developed to make it quality manufacturing space? And again, I use the parallel of plazas, and we look at the design and the number of trees and the number of linear feet of benches to make sure they are vibrant in order to allow for a bonus. What does manufacturing need to be successful? Space.
Two points. First of all, you're right that for-profits come along that share that vision. You know, the problem is that the site can be sold. You know, investment, right? You know, ownership changes hands, and somebody comes in with a different vision. You know, and that's why we're embedding it in the law, not the business plan. What does somebody have to do? So I'll tell you what GMDC does, and generally what the Navy Yard does. It's an envelope. It's walls and power, and if necessary, floor drains. And really what they have to do is they have to listen. They have to the question you raised about how tight management has to be, the relationship between the developer and the tenant has to be, you know, a really sort of finely grained relationship. They have to really know what their companies are doing and be able to work with them and move them around. You know, companies are constantly moving around in the Navy Yard because their need for space ebbs and flows. So flexibility and goodwill.
Of course, the Navy Yard, since it's city-owned, it's apples and oranges here. I mean, this is obviously a private endeavor, so to benchmark the Navy Yard may be a bit unfair.
And yet what we're trying to do today is, I would argue, if we could arrange for Evergreen to own some of this space, is create a teeny little satellite Navy Yard that would be governed in sort of the same values and the same mission. It's no different, really, I would argue, from a lot of what we've done in affordable housing. You know, 30 years, we're perhaps 30 years behind that curve.
I guess I would just say, as you know, I was involved in GMDC finding its space on Manhattan Avenue, or getting its building on Manhattan Avenue, and managed as a not-for-profit industrial space. And so I definitely appreciate the advantages that a not-for-profit can bring to manufacturing, and obviously it brought enormous advantages to affordable housing. I would say, in defense of Ms. Efron's prior career, but also more generally, there really is a different strength that a for-profit can bring to manufacturing in a commercial management role, which is, I guess, to say that I'm totally agnostic on whether space should be managed by, industrial space should be managed in these situations by a not-for-profit or a for-profit. Both have their advantages and disadvantages depending on who it is, what they're managing, and especially in a mixed-use building where a significant amount of the space is already being used for commercial or office purposes. So I hear what you're saying. I'm not suggesting that a not-for-profit is inappropriate. I'm just saying that it is not necessarily appropriate in every instance. And I think that's frankly what San Francisco is sort of finding out at this moment. And we'll see what happens. And that's why it just seems to me that there's an opportunity to concretely test some things. And granted, we're going to find out a lot in our hopefully in our North Brooklyn study that will provide new approaches to encouraging and expanding manufacturing and industrial uses. And as you know, we are committed to further restricting uses in the IBZs but not all experimental work should be sequential. That's,
Agreed, totally agreed. And the ability to change rapidly is something that's a challenge for us. But I think what we're, for the nonprofit side, but what we're inching towards is the development of more and more tools. We're filling out our toolbox. And what we're advocating here is that there's, some hybrid that's in the offing that Evergreen either has some management capacity or a triple net lease or some role to play, not only in watching what the developer does, but in also creating the yardstick, which goes to the problem of affordability.
I'll ask again, a question I asked to the ANHD people is, are you and Pratt opposed to the specific 25 Kent project as well as to the 14 block text change?
Yeah, as presently configured, yes.
Thank you. Ms. Levin.
So let me ask you a little bit about that configuration. And I've been musing or concerned about the ratio question from the beginning of this. And I'm happy to have the information that you brought about the Gowanus projects. So in this situation, I think we've started with the scale of this project goes all the way up to the 4.8 FAR, which is currently the maximum for a community facility use. And, the idea here, I guess, has been to fill up that already contemplated amount of density with a different kind of use. And we haven't heard any objection in the public process so far to that scale. So, although I was troubled by the way in which we got there, maybe...
You may be hearing that objection right now.
We have a higher authority.
So let's start, I guess we're sticking with the assumption that 4.8, that the scale of this building is all right. And my understanding is that the way we got to the 0.8 FAR of required industrial space, which is expressed here as a maximum, but I hope could actually move up if our wishes are all fulfilled. Because that's based on a survey of some sort, that's the rate of industrial occupancy in the area already, which doesn't really seem to me to be the way that you'd go about planning it. So that's one question in my mind. How should we figure out what the right ratio is here? Because I think we want to build the full amount that people will accept, because they're not making any more land here, and we've got to make the most use of what we have. How do we figure out what the right mix is in the 4.8 FAR?
It's a reflection of your priorities. What we tried to show in our analysis was a developer can make a healthy return at a 2-to-1 ratio. If your goal, if your objective is to maximize the amount of production space, then it's probably somewhere around there, unless you're going to put city capital into it.
Right, so the 0.8 moves up,
That's correct.
and the amount of additional commercial moves down.
Right. But,
And so are you suggesting that this 2-to-1 ratio should work? You just said it. Thank you, I heard it. Okay.
Ms. Ortiz.
Hi, thank you for your testimony. It's quite interesting. And looking this over and in my, I know that with a little tweak of a cell, the return changes significantly. And some of the assumptions here differ from what we've heard in previous testimony with respect to the production rental rates, for instance. If they went down to 12 to 15, which is what we've heard might be a sweet spot, this changes the return on investment significantly, and we're no longer at, the 1 to 3 ratio or 3 to 1 ratio, 2 to 1 ratio, excuse me. And also recognizing that with these early projects where we are in an experimental phase, sometimes there needs to be some early concessions that reflect risk. You know, and I think that if San Francisco is an interesting example. You know, the projects haven't happened in the way they wanted, perhaps because they were asking for too much to begin with. So, you know, I don't know, 30% of 0 is 0. You know, so I think that's the position we find ourselves in. And so we're going from, you know, your request of 33% down to what we have now, which is 17. And I would hope that, as Commissioner Levin suggested, there's opportunity to move up should this experiment succeed, because even you know, your assumption of 11.9% return, which I would say is probably a little lower given what we know, probably isn't sufficient to incentivize development. So, you know, here we have an opportunity to move forward, and a set of assumptions that don't seem particularly, you know, out of whack with what we understand a developer needs.
I'm happy to run different numbers. There's also somebody not in the room, which is, of course, the other city agencies, and how they might contribute, including underwriting a role for Evergreen in this.
But isn't the whole idea here, I mean, there may well be models where it is, and the city already in many ways does subsidize either the Brooklyn Navy Yard or BAT or in other ways industrial and manufacturing uses, and through zoning to some extent as well. But isn't the whole idea here to see what would work on an unsubsidized basis? I mean, isn't that the message from at least this particular applicant? And isn't that a desirable goal to, or at least as an experiment, to pursue?
That is the message from this applicant. I don't know, and it's funny, I didn't hear any of it today, but at the community board hearing, I think they feel it's subsidized. It's subsidized in the term of light and air. And by allowing this developer, he's not building more than it would be if there was a community facility, but I think the community did feel very strongly that this is going to be greater density for them. I mean, you have only to look at this and the hotel over here and get a sense of how dramatic the change is going to be for this community. And they think of that, or it was described at least, as a subsidy. And you're right that the developer wasn't advocating a public subsidy. The question is, you know, you all as policymakers have an opportunity to decide, is this how we maximize the variety of public policy objectives that we have? If we really want to get greater job density, if we really want to link up to resident employment, if we really want to have the greenest buildings we can have, maybe it is appropriate to put in some public money.
Well,
it is a balancing act, so I guess I'm sort of reflecting.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting that there isn't a public role in this area to subsidize. I'm just saying that there is also, it's from the city's perspective as taxpayers and as a city that has to allocate its resources among a host of different issues, not the least of which is affordable housing and infrastructure and education and industrial and manufacturing uses and economic development. The appeal of doing something that potentially addresses and advances citywide goals without a public subsidy is something that is highly desirable, wouldn't you say? As a,
yes.
not as the sole answer, but as an approach.
Yes, and I would be happy to run this analysis for you at $12 a foot with a city contribution of, I don't know, $2 million, which would be Evergreen's equity component if it would become part of this deal.
Okay. Any other questions for Ms. Friedman? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You get the last word. So, I think. Is there anyone else who wishes to be heard on this matter? And I
Can the
see.
negative guy come up again?
See, no, no, you cannot. So with that, the hearing is closed, and Madam Secretary, do we have any other matters to come before us?
No, Chairman Weisbrod.
We are adjourned. I will entertain a motion unless someone doesn't want to adjourn. Thank you very much.
This isn't a realty set of papers.
So soon?
Interesting hearing.